Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys. So just a quick sound check. So I'm getting some yeses. You can hear me, see my screen. Wonderful. Anybody in YouTube, if you could do the same thing, that would be great. So hope Christine is not listening. I know that you had FFIE and you're underwater on it. Um, I had no idea. I actually did not realize that this stock at one point this week was a 4-cent stock. I thought it was more in the 40s. I thought it, I mean, even coming from 40 cents to what it is now would have been awesome, but I had no idea. The low this week, gotta make sure, yeah, the low this week was 4.8 cents for FFIE. So I guess we're all on the lookout for the next one. Now, FLJ, now this is a US company, not FLJ, but FFIE is a US-based company. FLJ is not. Not that it matters necessarily, but there's FLJ, and at the beginning of the week, this was a 38-cent stock. All right, thanks, guys. Excuse me, thanks, guys, in YouTube. So who knows? I mean, if this takes, I mean, it took out a dollar earlier in the pre-market, 165. It has pulled back down underneath a dollar again, which is kind of what FFIE did a couple of days ago. And that's why I kind of discounted it. So looking at that weekly chart, the next high, so there's 110, there's 125. So in the pre-market, it took out those highs. The next high over here, I'm just looking 183. So we got up to 166. So 183 is the next high. After that, 226. I mean, you can get really crazy here, guys. But anyway, I guess we should be watching FLJ to see what happens today. Meanwhile, Duo, DUO. Now, I think this is draw. Wasn't this the one yesterday that we had something like 2 billion or 5 billion in the float? It looks like it's been corrected. Was that the one, or was there another? Was that another one? No, you brought it to my attention, and I know I passed it on to the guys, but I couldn't remember. Is it Duo? Anyway, right now we've got 5.8 million in the float. And it also got up to about 2.3, 2.36, $2.36. This is a China stock. Now, the other thing about the FFIE, I still could not see any news on it. Not that it has to have any news, but I don't see any news. I'm just checking back here. I don't see any news at all on this one. I mean, hard to believe there wasn't something, but I don't see any news at all for FFIE. Other than, of course, the short interest and what was going on with. Now, let's talk about GME. Let's talk about GME, guys. So, you know, there are people out there that rail against the evil shorters, all the naked shorts, et cetera, et cetera. What about the evil pumpers on this one? The nonsensical move that this one had. Remember now, this says $65, but it was actually up to 88 pre-market a couple of days ago. Okay. So they've also come out with news though. They're looking to raise $1 billion. Okay. Plus they're giving some preliminary guidance. They don't release until June, but they're giving some preliminary guidance and they're saying not going to be that great. So 45 million shares at the market. So they're trying to raise money. Is it really a roaring kitty stock? Okay. Anyway, the interesting thing, when I looked, guess how many shorts are available for this one at Interactive Brokers? Now, those of you with Interactive Brokers, do not say This is there are 9.2 million, 9.2 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers to short for FFIE. It was duo, wasn't it, draw? Thanks. Yeah, so it does work every now and then, when I comment on that to our developers, or they manually fix it. But that was crazy because it said we had 2 billion shares in the float. Okay, there are other things happening. So let's take a look at first of all AMPG. AMPG big gap down. Just looking to see if there is a reason for it. I cannot see the actual reason. It's not an earnings play, but it's down 33%. AMPG. Checking to see if there's a financing. I don't see a financing. Now, BEKE, which is a China stock, is way up here. This is not an earnings play that I could see. So the first thing I did was check out China in general, KWEB. Remember now, this is up what, almost 7%, and KWEB is flat. So BEKE is definitely trading on its own. Ah, that's the reason. Okay. So yeah, I did read a report this morning that, excuse me, real estate shares advancing after China property rescue plan. Okay. And so this is it's on that this is in that sector. BEKE is in the China real estate sector. No, I know yeah, we thanks, Kerry. But yesterday we had the float at something like 2 billion in the float, or some crazy number in the float. Okay. So I pointed it out to somebody at Trade Ideas, and so they've obviously manually adjusted it. Was it 32 billion? How do you remember that? You must have written it down somewhere. I could actually find it too, because I'd actually had to post that to text it to one of the guys yesterday. Docs, guys. Now, Docs is an earnings play, DOCS. You get back into the mundane stuff. Docs is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it, DOCS. Now, here's another China stock, cheap one. Where are you? Zin, I'm looking for XIN somewhere. Where are you? There you are, 19.8%. Another cheap one, guys. Low float, 5.3 million in the float. Rent. We haven't seen rent for a while. So rent is now I can't see the reason. I'm looking for this reason for the pop after hours. This almost got up to $50 after hours for rent. RENT. I don't see any specific reason other than again low float. I have DXC written down. DXC, I believe, is an earnings play. DXC is an earnings play. Yeah, so DXC is an earnings play, and it is trying to bounce actually. Okay, down still a lot, 20% on earnings. Look at the volume on FFIE, guys. I mean, look at the volume already. 117 million shares. All right, guys, I'm just checking some other ones that are showing up here. INTJ, another China stock. So anything to do with real estate in China, this is not one of them, but anything to do with real estate in China will have a good move today. Well, it's probably already had the move in the pre-market. Whether it persists or not, that's the remains to be seen. You just did right above you, Dwayne. Thank you, Ashish. I think I see what you've done there. Just missing an H. Oh, I see. That's to his. Speaking of weed stocks, I know that Shady was talking about this one yesterday. BCAD, it had a nice pop after hours and a pop this morning, but I was just wondering, have they done a financing or something? BCAD, just looking, I cannot see the reason for this. Of course, the weed stocks are somewhat in play right now, but I just offer some caution. You know, the fact that Biden came out with or the White House or whatever came out yesterday with the news doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight, and it still has to get passed through your Congress, etc. So you guys have been talking about Buru. I think that's under 50 cents, right? I think that's why it's not showing up here for me anyway. BURU. Don't see it. Yeah. So is it under 50 cents? The answer is yes. Yeah. I see 30 cents right now. Got as high as 40 cents. So they did have some news. Okay. Well, I mean, it received a purchase order for its Blue Scan solution from Blue Acre Technology. So it did have some news. Whereas I still cannot find anything on FFIE. Yeah, I have that one. I think I have that one, HDL. I think I put that one in yesterday. Thank you, PJ. When it starts to trade, if it starts to trade today. Yeah, a little bit crazy. Morgan Stanley, 2 million float backed by Morgan Stanley. Seems a little crazy. But no, okay. Did FFIE actually have earnings? Um, well, we have them having earnings on the 20th, May 20th. Not that earnings have really anything to do with this, okay, but legal, I see that we have anyway, that they have earnings on the 20th. And I'm just checking our news. I don't see that there was an earnings release. Just as it says, a meme at the risk of upsetting somebody, a memed stock darling, okay, surging 4,000% in 5 days. Now, I suppose we should be watching this, JD. Oh, it's a hard time saying this symbol. JDZG. JDZG had a nice little pop up to 11:53 yesterday. Okay, and started trading as JDZG 2 days ago. All right, guys, let me do a quick look to see what's happening with the markets, the major sectors before the market opens. The SPY is up a bit. Why did I go mute? Interesting. Hmm. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know when I put myself on mute. I can't even remember. Man, oh man, I'm losing my mind here in the pre-market. Um, okay, all I really went over, I was just talking about all the sectors. There's no outlier in any one of the sectors. What I'm really looking for when I look at the sectors in the pre-market is, let's just say, we looked at XLE. Okay, XLE is the major ETF for energy. I think 85% of them were above yesterday's close. So all I really look for is there one that's way down, is going contrary to the sector, and I could not find one. So sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I mean the short float percent. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, again, we're at the mercy of the reporting of these numbers, which get updated twice a month. So, but whatever that number is, I mean, 86% short float percent for FFIE. It's hard for me to believe some of this. The reason being is that this was a 4 cent stock at the beginning of the week. Unless the shorts just started piling on and on and on, and they're getting destroyed then. You know, Dwayne, I had forgotten that you were in a Montreal. I'd forgotten. But it's hard for me. I mean, that means that they would, because who would be still short? You know what I mean? They covering. So it's hard for me to believe that that is 86% short, unless they were just kept piling on and on and on and on all the way up, but they're getting destroyed then. So, but typically these numbers get updated twice a month. So let's say 15th and 30th. Yeah, I guess so, PJ. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's anyway, the whole thing about the short float percent is absurd, in terms of why it's not updated like as it happens. Why does it take why is it twice a week or twice a month? I don't know. Write your congressman, PJ. I think we have something called computers now that can probably figure this stuff out pretty quickly. Now, I guess I mean all the brokerages have to report, I suppose, but it's still anyway. Bonjour, bonjour. Comment ça va? As a fellow Montrealer. Now, again, I've got how many? I mean, if I had to, I don't know what it would take for me to pile into a short on this. It's interesting. What did I say? There were 9 million shorts. Now there are 8.68. Now there are 8.68 million. So there are some. This is interactive brokers. Okay, so there's certainly people now starting at interactive brokers to take some shorts in this one. FFIE. All right, guys. I'm going to get to the layout that I'll use once this market opens. Okay, as we load, and you'll notice that this screen here, this relative strength from the close percent is going to look very much like the one that I had before the pre-market actives up. Give me one moment, guys, as I check. Okay. And interestingly, the shares have all been snapped up at Interactive Brokers also for GME. A couple of days ago, there were a million shares available. and they started being snapped up yesterday. I think when I shut off, I think there were about 300,000, maybe 120,000 left. They've all been snapped up at Interactive Brokers, and the same thing with AMC. A couple of days ago, there were about a million shares of each available at Interactive Brokers, and there are none now. Take a look at FFIE again. So on the economic front today, I don't think there's, what time is it now? 9:25. So just looking to see if there's anything interesting. Commercial real estate sales at 10, leading indicators at 10. So we've got a couple of guys talking. We have at 10:15, we have Waller talking. These are the Fed presidents. Okay. And then we have Daily at 12:15. So at 10:15, okay, 10 o'clock, we've got e-commerce retail sales and leading indicators. That's at 10 o'clock. And then at 10:15, we have Waller talking. And at 12:15, we have Daly talking. The last two are Fed presidents. Okay. But something's happening with the market right now. You can see the big red bar. SPY is basically flat as we speak. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Might have to make I have to see, I want to see what happens with this FLJ. Okay, Michael, in our YouTube room, link to my homepage where all my scans are. Yes. So here is the high short interest. I don't have that on my homepage, but it's super simple to create. But here is the high short interest. So what do you mean by that exactly, Christine, when you say how does one, I know you were in it and I think you got out for a little loss. Is that correct? I remember you were asked, or Shady, you talked to Shady about it. Well, I don't understand what you mean when you say, how does one trade it if they held it overnight? Are you talking about how you trade in the pre-market? And I mean, if you're asking, do you keep holding? I mean, that's a question that nobody can answer. But so I'm not sure I understand what you mean. How does one trade if they held it overnight? Yeah, so that's up to you, Christine. Okay, totally up to you. Nobody. I mean, the stock has gone from 4 cents at the beginning of the week to 270 now. I mean, could it go higher? Yeah, it could go higher. Or, I mean, it could have the huge collapse. I mean, nobody can absolutely know. All right, guys. Yeah, thank you, William. So less than a minute to this open. So let's have a good end to this trading week, guys. It has been amazingly exciting with the GME and the AMC, and now, of course, with the FFIE and others. But seriously, Christine, nobody can tell you, well, this is what you should do or shouldn't do. Well, this SPY is taking a thumping right now for some reason. I don't see any economic news. I mean, I think Shady gave you some good advice yesterday, cut your losses on it. But I mean, that obviously, looking at what happened afterwards, I mean, but that was good advice, but you never know. All right, guys, we are now open for business, I believe. Yes, we are. Okay, so now there could be a trade still in GME, I suppose, but it's got hammered down. They're doing a financing. And then also, on top of that, though, this is the other reason that the company announced Q1 preliminary results and said it. And well, I don't see the big headline here, but the results are less than expected. Here we go. Dives 23% on preliminary Q1 results and a mixed shelf offering. Okay. And as always, guys, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. The only thing I would do is have this screen open. Okay, that's it. Don't complicate it. How do you get that screen? The strategy trades all. How do you get it? Click on new from our toolbar. Middle. You see, we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one. Premium AI strategy trades window. As you notice, it's blank. Nothing will happen until at least 9:40. Okay. And the other thing I would do is in that filter, I would make sure it says none. If probably profitable trades is checked, uncheck it so it says none. In my opinion, you should watch them all day long, whether they're positive or negative. Okay, that's my opinion. Now, this is unless I've got something. Ah, that's why. All right, guys. Well, here's the FFIE, guys. Here's the FFIE. Tom Potvin. So the middle one. If you click on new from the toolbar, and then the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. If you can see my screen, okay. There were three that start off with premium AI. The middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. So I think you should uncomplicate it instead of going to the channel. All right, guys. So there's the FFIE. I have my eye on the JDZG. Okay, I do have my eye on it. The JDZG. And we've got our first halt of the day, and we have it on the way up. So do a halted on the way up, guys. Actually, the second, well, AGR is a news halt, so I don't know what's happening there. Obviously, not good. Oh, I see. So this is some kind of a buyout. Anyway, duo, guys. So as always, here's the halt for duo. You can't see and rent is halted now too, guy. Now rent is looks like it's halted on the way down. This hit almost $50 in the pre-market. Anyway, here's the halt for Duo, okay? 169, potential open 170. So no big clue. There's the JDZG guys on the way. $9 now. So 170 is the potential open, but you can see that, there's no big clue. So here's what I will do sometimes on the first halt. Okay, there's the date. There's the date. Oh, sorry, the JDZG. All right, guys. Again, this can have this hit. What did it hit? This hit 9. Sorry, 9. 11:53 after hours. Not after hours. That was right at 4 o'clock or 3:30 yesterday. An alert at the high of the day and see if it takes that out again. So anyway, getting back to the Duo. So if it when it opens, if it maybe moves a little bit higher than the 169 and then comes down through the 169, say I don't know, one even if it gets down to 150 and then it pops through 169 again, that that can signify where I'm going to take a trade in it. Okay. JDZG guys on the move. JDZG on the move. All right, we've got one in the combo scan now. AST, wow, ASTS. This was a big one from yesterday. I think it was an AI alert. Yeah, it was an AI alert yesterday. Holy smokes, JDZG guys going crazy now. JDZG guys is going crazy right now. JDZG. Tough one to say. All right, and wow, so that's why I'm glad I did not short FFIE. Okay, let's see where this opens. Where Duo opens. So it opens at 175. Now, does it come back down through? Where does it halt? At 169? It does. Ew, that looks like it's being halted on the way down. Yeah, so this got halted on the way down, guys. So so all bets are off on this one now. And you saying it? So FFIE got halted on the way up, of course. Look at this, oh man, oh man. I mean, down to 220 would have been an awesome short, but you would have had to been quick. Oh boy, haven't paid any attention to this one, but look at the DXC 1589. Wow, comeback trail for DXC. This is an earnings play. DXC. CRKN, okay, from retired Fido in our YouTube room, CRKN. I know we talked about this or we saw this one yesterday. Sub $1 stock. Yeah. So, I mean, it's had a great run. Had a great run yesterday until it didn't. Got up to 53 cents, sold all the way back to, I mean, got cut in half and now got above that high yesterday. I mean, could this be? It's not a high short float though. So this is not one of those, high short float plays, and it's not even a low float. For 51 million in the float and only 3.4% short. So certainly not like the FFIE. So here is your potential open for FFIE 295. So again, no big clue at all. Okay. Now the high in the pre-market was about 304. So we'll have to see if this takes it out. Can I explain the distance to the next high? I cannot give it to you. I can tell you how you can create it yourself. You will have to have a custom formula. Okay. But basically, it does this. So if I look at cake as an example, got an alert for cake at 9:40. I click on it here. Am I going to lose it? No. So you can see what it's looking for. It's looking at as long as the distance to the next high. Oh, you do have it. Oh, well, then how and if you trade it, of course, is up to you. But I mean, that's what it's just trying to tell you. The distance to the next high is at least $2 away. Okay. And if you had a short one, it would be the distance to the low is at least $2 away. It's just trying to find gaps. It's like any other idea, though. Well, yeah, in theory, and it has room to run. Doesn't mean it's going to, of course, but yeah, in theory, that's the whole idea of it. To see stocks that have gaps, and some of the gaps are a lot bigger than others. Look at this. Look at VKTX as an example. Of course, I had a big down day yesterday, and so the distance to the next high at the time of that alert was $6.40. So Sorry. Muted myself again just briefly. HDL guys, I don't see that it is trading HDL. Oh, priced. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it's just that he said that it had started to trade. Okay, I'm definitely not muted now, guys, as I pour my coffee. Actually, it's tea. Not even tea. It's some concoction from Peru that is very energetic. All right, CGC. Hi, Kramer must be talking about it. CGC. As William said. Well, here's one that's starting to rip, guys. Recruiter.com. RCRT is starting to rip. What's the short? No, not a high short percent. Only 1.25%. So it is not a high short float percent. Moringa tea. I'll look it up. Moringa tea. Okay, Duo resumed, and did it resume on the way down? All right, resumed on the way down. So this is what I'm going to do with Duo. I will put a price alert at the high of the day. Okay. But again, it is not a high short float percent. So it is not fitting into that category. Despegar.com. So this is now coming right into a potential stall on the daily chart. You can't see, well, there it is on the daily chart. Okay, that red line, that is actually the next high. Just can't see it, of course, because I'd have to expand the daily chart. So that is the next high looking left. 1509. Wow, JGZG guys is some pretty big rippage here. If it takes out that high of yesterday, right here. No idea what they do. Oh, we do know it's a China IPO from a couple of days ago. And, this is why we kind of love those because look at what they can do. Well, you got to expect that though, right? You're not going to get a tight spread on these types. But, it won't matter if it goes up $2 or $3, will it? but we don't know that's going to happen. Oh, I'm 100% sure it's a China pump, Curtis. 100%. All we have to, we're never marrying these things. Not be, we don't think that they're, something that we're going to put into your, what do you call it, your IRAs, Canada or RRSPs. All right, guys. So we're at 9:51 right now, and still no AI alerts. So again, if you have our AI, it's not. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing for you to do. Okay, because if there are no alerts yet, nothing has satisfied the filters of the strategies that made the cut. Okay, guys, keep your eyes peeled on FFIE as it has come all the way back, and you know what? Takes out that three level. The next high on the weekly chart, anyway, is 350. Or that JDZG, guys, it looks like it's going to take out that high of yesterday. Well, it's getting close. I'm not saying it is, but so that's why that HDL, guys, could be really, really interesting. Now, I'm pretty sure I do have a price alert set on it, but let me do a check. You can see all my price alerts that I have triggered. There it is. Okay. There. So this is what I do for IPOs. You see what I've got here? HDL, I've indicated 2.7 million, $21 is the, and Morgan Stanley. Now, this is not a cheap one. Okay. So this is not a cheap one like the other ones. So, but we'll have to see what happens when it opens. So what you can do is you can put HDL on your trade ideas chart and then just create a price alert. Of course, it's not trading yet. Create a price alert for it. Put one. We know it's going to open over one. And that's what I do in the notes section. So I know when it opens, gives, instead of my having to scramble and figure out, well, where was it supposed to open? What was it priced at? How many shares? Who might be behind it? Is it China? All those things. Okay. That's the only time I really put anything in the notes section. Now, one of the vagaries of our pulse resumes is that sometimes, I would say maybe 90% of the time, it'll show up as a resume when it's an IPO. Not 100% of the time, but okay, 1956 now. Okay. So the idea is that if it opens above the IPO where it was priced, good. If it opens below, bad. Now, speaking, I don't know how easy it would have been to get this one, but so there is an AI alert, guys. Just noticing it now. All right, guys. So the DESP, I mentioned that I think there was the next high. Yeah, so there is that next high. It got to it. Okay, DESP, it got to it. It's an earnings play out of Argentina. Thought it was for some reason I thought it was out of Spain, but okay. Well, let's see if I can take this out. Okay, take it out. Okay, a little bit interested in this one, guy. Well, no, I'm not. Okay, so the NXT showed up on the distance to the next high scan. However, look at the 200-day moving average right there. So it would have to take out 45 before I would get interested. It would still be about $2 away to the next high. See if any GME shorts have showed up for me now at Interactive Brokers. How much, any covering? Nope. Yeah, I looked at that BCAN to see if there was a maybe a financing that they were doing, because that's a big drop from the pre-market high 165 all the way down to 112. So a little bit of a challenge. Well, so far, guys, FLJ has been a bust. Is not been able to hold. Not a high short flow percent. I mean, if that's what we're really looking at, then it is not a high short flow percent. The KUKE got halted on the way down. The Duo got halted on the way up. Why the drop, Stuart, in our YouTube room? Why the drop? H HC HSCS HSCS. So what do you mean by that? Why the drop to pennies during the market happens consistently? I don't see that. We got the right symbol. HSCS. HSCS. I don't see that drop to pennies. I'm talking to somebody in our Stuart in our YouTube room. Ah, a 1-for-100 reverse split. Okay, so if you're looking in our another charting program, that might be what it is. So this is a 1-for-100 reverse split. Thank you, David. Yeah, it's got to be a stock charts issue. So this is like a 7.4 cent stock before the reverse split. All right, guys, this might be interesting. CBRL as a potential short. This is coming in the look at that JDZG still strong. I've got to, if this takes out the high of yesterday, I think I know how traders think. 1141 is the high of yesterday. So CBRL, guys, is a earnings. It is not an earnings play. I'm trying to see why. Slash is a dividend. Okay, slash is a dividend. So I guess that is the reason for the drop for CBRL. Cracker Barrel, right. So the pre-market low was 48.32. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 48.85. See if it first of all takes out 49. Okay, that's my first. Okay, this has got a little bit of room, not a ton of room. CVAC, not a ton of room. When I say not a ton of room, I mean 432 is the next high looking left. I mean that's oops. Okay. Okay, Cracker Barrel. It has a very interesting level right here, guys. And it'll really get going if it can take out that pre-market low. So I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but I just pointed out what I see. Oh, IPW is on the move, guys. IPW is on the move. IPW is on the move. Is it ever? So and it's not a high short floor percent. Okay, they don't all have to be, of course, but if we're thinking that the reason these are moving is because groups somewhere in the world are looking at only high short float percent stocks, this does not meet the bill. Come on, Cracker Barrel. Yeah, it's a little bit choppy still. Yeah, so this does not fit the bill of a high short float percent. I have to have another way to say it. It's too complicated. Maybe just float percent. But I mean, it's crazy these moves. 63 cents, $2 this week. Now, you guys have been talking about G Wave. I know this is it's still under 50 cents. Yeah. So that's why I'm not seeing it. Yeah. So, I mean, will we look at this next week and say, man, well, you could have had it at 3 cents last week? Yeah, guys, I got out of the crack. Well, a good one too. I got out of the cracker. I just did not like the way it was trading. I made a little bit on it, but nothing. It looked like it was going to finally a couple of times it got down to this 54 level or 61 level, but it just kept popping up. So all right, guys. So just looking at some of our AI alerts. I'd be very careful, of course. I mean, there are a lot of well at Interactive Brokers anyway, a lot of shares available to short FFIE, but I'd be very careful. I know the AI is suggesting a short on it, and at some point it's probably going to turn into just an absolute monster short. And there has been some short covering, I think, at Interactive Brokers. There are now 11 million available. I agree. I agree. I mean, if it pops through three, this could get rocking again. I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is 350. Oh, no, just I don't I use the FI the AI like a watch list. That's it. So the CVAC is there now. Again, 432 is the next high looking left. This is out of Germany. All right, so NXT now is at the 200-day moving average. NXT is at the 200-day moving average, just over it. 44.90, say $45 is the 200-day moving average. Still hovering around that 200-day moving average, okay, NXT. Now, what's the market doing? The market, so the Dow's up a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is down a little. So we've had a bit of a choppy open. We had 45 minutes down, starting at 8:45. A little bit of a respite right there, but now the market is moving down again. So you would think that the shorts, should be, depending on what you're trying to short, would be the play still right now. I'm still looking at that CBRL. Well, I mean, this MDJH, I mean, it did get up and briefly, I don't know how many shares would have been up here. Briefly got up to 180. PJ, have you seen MNDR? Unbelievable. So this was a Singaporean one that was fabulous. I mean, quite frankly, it was fabulous for 2 weeks, actually for 3 weeks, even 4 weeks. Okay, until this happened. So I'm seeing a lot of choppy action, guys. Very choppy action. The RCRT, very choppy, topping tails, bottoming tails. Hard to figure out, where you can get in my opinion, anyway. The IPW is just made another new high. IPW just made another new high, and I don't see any specific reason. It had earnings on the 14th, while the reaction was on the 15th. So right here, so that's when it popped above a dollar. So I mean, Roth is Roth on the 15th raised his target to 125. All right, Green Trades, thank you for that. I'm not sure the best ever, but okay. Now the Cracker Barrel, CBRL back down again. Nah, there's the pre-market low. Hmm. Yeah, it's still too jumpy. Just too jumpy, in my opinion. The CBRL. mean, this wasn't bad, from the looking left scan. The alert was at 79.90, so it's tacked on about a dollar, and that's FUTU, China play. But what I'm just not seeing a lot of follow through. Oh, I mean, look at it. I mean, this could turn into a short, guys. That VKTX, VKTX. I mean, if it takes out this low here, but it's been jumpy also. I'm going to stick an alert at 68.17 for VKTX. That will take out, of course, yesterday's low, and it'll also look at that low. And then underneath, it's got a lot of room down to 62. Not saying it would get there, but and JDZG is doing its thing again, trying to get 211 again. So a lot of these that I'm seeing on the distance to the next low or the next high, they're pretty extended. So a lot, I mean, there's an argument to be made that, we play bounces on them too. Oh, I mean, every day is different, Torty. Every day is different. Some days you just see a lot of. It's rare though that you get a day, that you see so many trending stocks anyway. But I'm just not seeing anything. I mean, IPW, sure, but even that one. I mean, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. But I'm not ascribing it to the fact that it's Friday. But look at the market. It's the market itself. That's why, for me, it's sometimes really difficult to trade, even in the first hour. I mean, here's another one. Oust looked pretty good at the beginning, and then it's just dropping. And it's still up 12%. But, and when I talk about trend, I don't mean it has to have like 10 green candles in a row. Okay. It's just that what you'd like to see is that the problem is the big problem is actually when you get a giant green candle, that just gets people interested in shorting. So what you'd rather see is more of an orderly move with maybe a pause and then a little move and then maybe a pause. I mean, little pullbacks are fine, but when you get these big giant green candles, rest assured there are people looking to say, I want to short this. I mean, the Cracker Barrel is driving me crazy. I mean, I'd love to be in this one, but I'm just finding it. Maybe I have to pare down the number of shares I take in order to keep in the trade. But it's right now at that pre-market low almost. I mean, that to me, the JD, even listen, it's wildly speculative, okay, and of course, not for everybody, but the JDZG taking out yesterday's high. It's tried a few times. You get these topping tails right here, What does it mean? I mean, remember that means the price was, so what did it actually get up to? It got up to 1141 and yesterday's high was 1152. You can kind of see that if the volume, maintains and has great volume and just pops right through that high of yesterday, it could have a push. That's quite the pseudonym you've got there, Marky. Welcome in our YouTube room. I mean, look at this move here. I mean, CDMO. Ah, you miserable. Okay, let me see. What level would I short DJT if it were me? Okay, haven't looked at it for a while. Wow, that's a big drop. 51 to 52 down. Well, it's not, it looks worse. I thought it was more like a $10 drop. Um, well, of course, you cannot. Well, you can do anything you want, of course, but right now it's so extended on the short, and it looks like the buyers are trying to hold it a bit here. The low right there of a few days ago is 48.25. So you have to see if it takes that out. But then you've got 47. It to me, it's just not a wonderful short op because if you've got some potential support not that far away, and now you've got that top bottoming tail also. So to me, it's not. I wouldn't be looking at shorting this. Not based on what I see. I would want to see a lot more room looking left. Well, I mean, it's so extended right now, okay, on the way down, so that you would think that there are going to be people, maybe stepping in for a bottom fishing play, but just look left. I mean, there looks like there's little areas that it could easily have support. Gene O, or depending where you live, or Jean O. Good morning. So, question is, are these types of moves often? What types of moves are you talking about? I mean, you're talking about things that moving up 298% and 64% and all. Yeah, they happen every day. If you're talking about these sort of things, because this is I'll call it a scan, but not really a scan. But I mean, this is just showing you the stocks that are up the most. And you will see every single day. I mean, 300% is pretty extraordinary, but you will see stocks that are, 80, 90, 100% up, if that's what you're talking about. Well, I mean, JGZG is, it's a IPO from a couple of days ago. It's China, so that. Well, maybe you don't know, but it's going to be active. Any a China IPO, it's going to be active. It's just sort of the nature of the beast. All right, guys, it is now 10:26. So I think what I'll do right now is take a look at my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage. Did it? Yes, it did. The scanner. So the question in our YouTube room. So for an, like JDZG, yes, it did show it in the pre-market. Along with others, of course, but certainly that one, yes. Okay, I just put in my homepage link. So this is the information. Just give me a moment that you can find on my homepage. Well, you can get rich now if you time it right. Residual, no guarantees, of course. Most of these things, it's all about timing. Guys, that JDZG, it looks like it wants to take out that high of yesterday. It keeps butting its head, getting closer and closer. All right, on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, that is the promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask is this: if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, use my promo code. That will really help to keep the room free because the room gets credit by using my code. And that's how we keep this room free, both rooms free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos to run you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. 10 short videos. You must do that before you get started. It is a software program, of course. So, of course, there's a bit of a learning curve, like any other software program. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I think this is, whoops, I don't know why that happened. Oh, I know. I don't usually click on it. But anyway, Trading 101. And that's why my computer went crazy for a second there. Trading 101. This is a series of videos put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, all free. Okay. I think very beneficial if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for right here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. Obviously, mine is free, and the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Great user guide right here. Well, first of all, click on the education section, and here is our user guide. And again, don't get hung up at all the information you'll find in this user guide. Again, it's like any other software program, a lot of information. You don't have to learn everything. However, the getting started, hammering that point home, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, how to create them. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. But obviously, there's a lot more in here, but you don't have to learn everything. Sound alerts on an alert window. So you can put a sound alert on your alert window. So when you hear a specific sound, you know which window to look at. You want to create a watch list. We call them symbol lists, watch lists. Getting started series, there it is again. And here is the daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take a break. Now, just a word though. This is you're listening to me now. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Feel free to ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. if I'm in the middle of something, I'll let you know. But typically I can usually answer. And if I can't answer your question, I'll try to direct it to somebody who can. It could be a scan that you're looking for. Maybe I don't have something like that. One of the other traders may have it. Okay. So don't be shy. Okay. Last, but I don't think least, you were looking for my scans. Okay. If you're looking for my scans, click on my homepage link, and here they are. The middle section, click here. Just give me one moment. Okay, well, I made a little bit back on the CBRL. That's what I was looking at. To me, there it is. In fact, I think that's why the price alert happened. There it is, guys. There's the JDZG. God, I have a tough time saying that. All right, let's see if it gets back over 12 again. All right, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? The relative strength leaders right here, okay? I know it says from the close percent, it is the same one. You can see the halts resumes is over here. You hear me talking about a combo scan. This is what it looks like right there. Not too many alerts. Here's the CBRL at 4903 as an example. I talk about my 10-day daily breakouts and downs. Here they are. Not too many alerts. That's why I like it. Pre-market actives. Now the pre-market actives looks very much like this. Okay. And the pre-market actives down is just a flip. So if you're looking for stocks to potentially short, all right, guys. I can't. I listen. I cannot tell people to take a trade like that, the JDZG. I'm just pointing it out, but it's very very volatile, very whippy. I'm definitely doing some multitasking right now. Just give me one moment as I pour the last bit of my Energizer. Okay, so you want me to share it. So all you have to do is go to my homepage, okay? Go to my homepage. I'm talking to, I'm going to have to pronounce your last name, okay? I'm going to have a tough time pronouncing your first name. So Darga, how's that? So if you're looking for my scans, click on my homepage link, okay? And when you do, scroll down. Here they are, center section, scans. So this is the one you see here, relative strength leaders right there. Pulse resumes over here. But my other scans are on my other monitor, okay? Not that I'm not trying to hide them, but I don't want to overwhelm, I don't want to overwhelm this, the screen that I'm sharing with, all sorts of different scans. So here they are. You can ask me questions about them if you want. So glad I got out of the CBRL. Okay, Darga, I can tell you how you do that, but I'm also going to refer to get you to click on my homepage link again, okay? Because you'll forget. and anybody else listening to me. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, click here, education section, and click on the user guide. Man, a lot is happening. So something just triggered. Duo. Okay. And where it says docking. Okay. Docking. So this is your reference. I will show you how you can do it, but this is your reference. And it's not easy. I'll tell you right off the bat, it's not easy. Now, it is also, I would call it an advanced topic, okay? You don't have to dock. Now, when you talk about moving things, taking you so much time, before we had docking, yeah, I see that it is halted. Is it halted on the way up? Yeah, halted on the way up. So before I talk about docking, okay? Oh, wow, JDZG. Gotta love the China IPOs, guys. Oh, man. See, that's why the spread in this case didn't really matter. But luckily, at Interactive Brokers, you can pick that midpoint. I mean, this is not, I mean, for a stock that's moving so crazily now, right now the spread kind of widened, but I mean, it got to about 15 cents. But at Interactive Brokers, of course, I can pick that midpoint. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. So please, and anybody else, the docking is, while it's an interesting thing to do, it is not 100% necessary. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. I have three monitors. So when you talk about moving things around all the time, typically, what you do is if you put first of all, how many monitors do you have, Darga? Okay, so I've got three also. So this is before we had docking. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you will designate as your main monitor, okay? Then take all those windows that you're talking about, even if we get into docking later, take all the windows that you were talking about moving, position them exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Because typically you don't, once they're positioned where you want them, then that's where they're going to stay forever, okay? Because you'll create a layout with that. And then I'm going to show you that when you exit trade ideas and then you re-enter trade ideas, everything will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay. So you do all that first, even if you're going to dock, okay? And that's what, again, before we had docking, that's what we'd do. So because I have some free floating monitors, I have some free floating windows also. Once you do that, click on tools, options, and you see where it says layouts. Click on layouts, loading layouts. If you check open relative to main window and then save it, When you exit Trade Ideas, assuming you got to save your work, of course, every time you exit. When you exit Trade Ideas, and then when you reload Trade Ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? So while docking is, interesting, the thing is, you never see me. It's not like I'm going to take this and I'm going to move it over to another monitor ever. This is where it's always going to be. Okay? I have some thumbnail charts. Okay? They're always going to be in the same spot. So whether they're free floating or not, it's not like I'm saying, okay, I think today I want to move them over to another monitor. Okay? So I think that's your first step is to get everything where you want them on all your monitors. Okay? Because even if you're going to get into docking, you will still have to do the placement. You should still do the placement on your 3 monitors. Click on Tools. Okay, click on Tools in our toolbar. Okay, click on Tools in the toolbar, and then click on Options, and then where it says Layouts. Okay, the default I think is General. Just go down to where it says Layouts, and then check Open relative to main window, and then save it. You have to save everything. Okay, anything you do, you have to save. Okay. So once you've done that, I mean, you can still get into docking, but it's not necessary because your problem that you were encountering was moving windows around and probably maybe even every day, and that's not what you have to do. Once you establish your layout and do that, the tools options layout, check that relative to main window, then you don't have then everything every time you open Trade Ideas, everything will be exactly the way you want them to be. So do you still want to understand docking, or does it matter now? Because you can go to the guide and it'll have, there's a lot of videos on the docking. Okay, I will explain docking, but I'm telling you, it's not easy. Okay, it is not easy. You can get into trouble when you're rearranging things, but I'll show you what to do, and anybody else. Okay, so click on New. No, I'll do it. I don't mind doing it. New and then docked window. Now it popped up on my other monitor, and you'll see there's a box that you can put in the window name, dock window title name. So it popped on my other monitor, but here it is now. Okay, so this is a blank. I just called it test. So what you do is this: you take your free floating windows, and I right click, and I duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name. Duplicate into test. So now here it is. I'll take another one of the free floating window that I have. Do the same thing, and then it's the same thing now over and over. Right click, duplicate into test. So here they are as tabs. Now, most people probably, I mean, you could leave it like this, but most people probably want to see all the data as opposed to having to click on a tab. Okay. So this is where it gets tricky. You left click on the header. Okay. And you see when I do that, this icon shows up. Now this allows me to place the window where I want it, either above the one I didn't click on, or to the left, to the right, or bottom. I'll click bottom. Okay. So you see, I clicked on the high short interest, the tab. If now for whatever reason I want this one to be to the right of this, I click on it, move down, and now I can move it to the right. So that's where it gets a little tricky. Okay, positioning the windows, and you can put charts in here. You can do a lot of different things. The problem that some people have is when they do this and then they release. Okay, because what I've done is my mouse is still clicked down on the left click is still clicked down, the left, whatever you call it. If I accidentally release it, it becomes free floating. And that's what really, gets people, they don't understand what's happened. I mean, it's easy enough to put it back, but that's what happens. Okay. So that's all I'm saying is that it's a little, and by the way, it just opened. Okay. HDL just opened. So it is well above the IPO price. No, I still had 21, but somebody said it was 19, but 1946 or so. But so it's definitely well above the IPO price. Very, very low number of shares. And this got halted immediately. Okay, this got halted immediately, and it's not showing. All right, guys. Well, here we go. Now, briefly, it took out three. You can see what happened. FFIE briefly took out three, and it pulled right back down, and that is a big rug pull. So be awfully careful. Just again, when I put price alerts, it doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. Okay, it just means I want to know when it hits that, and then a certain price, and then I can click on the symbol, or I'll see the symbol, and then I'll figure out, do I want to still trade it? So look what happened. I mean, it got up to a little over three. Probably a lot of people got all excited, and then it pulled right back. Yeah, it would have been almost impossible to get it. I think. I think it got halted almost immediately. Right now, we see what happens. So I will stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out at some point. So you're right; it was price. That's a strange pricing, but anyway, opened. So it opened at 27. I mean, it would have been really, really tough to get it there. So it was priced at 1956. So, and it's such a low float. Now, you know who's going to be really, really mad? Anybody in YouTube? Pepe, I know you were there yesterday. Anybody in YouTube yesterday listening to Steve in between 12 and 1? Give me a moment. Anyway, if you were in the YouTube room yesterday, you know Steve was really upset with what happened with SMR. This group came out, Iceberg, I think Iceberg short selling group came out and slammed this one, and Steve was in this, and he got out, but it has come right back. Do I run trade ideas on one or two computers? Just one. Well, I have three monitors, but it's running off my desktop. If that's what you mean, I have three monitors, but I'm running it off my desktop, just one computer. I can have I can have trade ideas on as many computers or systems as I want, devices as I want. Can only have it loaded one device at a time, though. Well, okay. If it says S, you should have maybe the LS. If it's a short, yeah, it's a recommendation or an idea to short. Okay, and if it says L, then it's a recommendation to go long. So the short, so yeah, the short strategy means you short the stock. It doesn't mean buy and hold short term. It means to short the stock. Yes. Okay, Andy. Did that make sense? Andy Airplane. All right, guys. So let me do an explanation about what Trade Ideas is all about. I'm a little bit late in doing this, but that's okay. So we are a scanner, a real-time alert. We have real-time alerts. That's what scanning is all about. A lot of companies out there claim that they are scanners. In my opinion, I mean, there's some really nice screening companies out there, but I don't think they certainly don't scan the way we do. So let me explain what I mean by all that. So this is an alert window. That's why it says upper left-hand corner, an A. If I right click on it and click on configure and summary, this is telling me what the alert, the scan is looking for. Okay. So this is the screening aspect of it. So if the stock is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum, and the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. All of these filter values have to be met. If they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for PLG, 10:55 plus 59 seconds. So not that long ago. Okay. That's how this happens. There it is. Okay. Eldon just made a new high, meeting all these filter requirements, and a new high for the day at 313. So that is what we're excellent at, real time alerting. Of course, we screen. but it's the real-time alerting that we were excellent at doing. Okay. So if you like this scan, this is the one I'm sharing on my homepage. And if you like it the way it is, great. But of course, you can make changes. If you don't like that price range or some other aspect about it, of course you can make changes. You want to add a filter that you like, go ahead. But if you like it the way it is, this is basically what I'm sharing. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. If I click on search this time, so right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts. And right at the very top, the two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, there are a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I get down to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners. So again, do not get hung up by how many we have. You don't have to learn them all, okay? The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and filters to satisfy most of the trading styles that are out there. Not every one of them, people say, can the software do this? Sometimes we can't. But I would say for the most part, you could combine the real-time alerts with the filters to give you the type of scan you're looking for. So do not get hung up on how many we have. I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. That's it for me. Doesn't mean these are bad. It just means that for my style of trading, all I care about is the new high and the new low of the day, and I use very few filters. I like a certain price range. I like a certain volume. I like a certain relative volume. But most of the filters, I haven't even looked at. I don't care about. But it doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that I don't need them for my style of trading. Okay. Meanwhile, JDZG, remarkable. Thank you. I don't mean you should thank me. I'm thanking it. All right, guys. So that is an explanation of what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay. Now, I am an intraday trader. So my goal every day, and if you are an intraday trader, your goal should be the same. How do we find the stocks that are trading abnormally? You could just look at this all day long and you'll see these are the stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, it doesn't mean that you click on an alert and you just start to trade it. That's why you have to have some trading experience. That's why we have that trading 101. If you're new to trading, you better understand how to read charts. Like, when you click on an alert, what is the chart trying to tell you? Okay, it is a story. Every chart has a story. And we have a simulator that you can use. It uses our real-time data. So you can practice trading before you commit money to the market. You do need our standard service to use our real-time simulator, but I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. So this is one way to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. It's going to stare at you right in the face all day long. These are the ones. I also personally, though, I'll look at my 10-day daily breakout and my breakdown. Speaking of which, there's BTOG. Wow. Oh my goodness. So HDL possibly is still halted, right? So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. It is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Typically, these halts are 5 minutes long, and it just opened. Okay, it just opened. and it popped up to 30, and it came right back down. What I was going to show you is that it had a projected open in the 40s or high 30s, but didn't happen. Yeah, great old song. Yes. Okay, guys. Now FFIE is back over 3, but I'd be very obviously be very careful because it's already had a rug pull before all the way down to 265, and even then it got up. Even this one, it got up to 320, and it came right back down to 276. So if you're going to take something like this, my recommendation is don't take too many shares because you're going to like where you're going to put a stop if you take a lot of shares, because remember, you should only be risking a certain amount. How much are you willing to risk on the trade if it doesn't work? $100, $200. So let's just say for arguments, you're willing to risk $100 on the trade. If you put a 10-cent stop on something like this, that means yes, you could take 1,000 shares, and if you get stopped out, 1,000 not times 10 cents equals $100. Yes, but because this is so whippy, you could get stopped out just like that because it's so whippy. So you probably have to have a wider stop on something like this. Wider stop meaning lesser shares too. So glad I got out of that Cracker Barrel CBRL. Now, so this VKTX is now at the low. Of course, broke yesterday's low and is now at the low of April 26th. Will that hold it, and will it bounce a bit from there, or will this provide no resistance or support at all? All right, Flojo, let's go. FLJ. All right, you never know. I mean, now it's over a dollar again. I wish it had a high short float percent. I wish this was the big attraction to it. People looking for the next FFIE, but this is a very, very different short float percent, of course, compared to FFIE, which is 86%. Not in this one. I did not take it. Congrats if you did. So, man, I mean, it's coming into this 351 level now, which is probably have to now look at a monthly chart. Next, now this is reverse split adjusted, of course. This never was at $88 or $83, nor was it at $22. So it looks like the next high on a monthly chart, if I, yeah, or not. Let me just see here. Looks like 525 on a monthly chart is the next high. Now remember, guys, don't you're thinking, man, this got up to $300. No, it didn't. Is that is just reverse split adjusted? Okay. But the next high on the monthly chart looks like around five something. Give me a moment, guys. Just going to do one thing to my system. All right, I'm back. So there's FLJ now over. All right, guys. Well, I took some, not a lot. I took some of this FLJ and see if it holds over $1. The next high looking left on the intraday pre-market, sorry, is $1.24 or so. If it's anywhere close to $1, I'm gone. Yeah, this has been very nice, guys. I mean, you could have played this. This is from yesterday's AI as a continuation play. Had earnings. Yeah, this was an earnings reaction yesterday with ASTS. And then this is a continuation. People ask. Now, another question we get, well, how do I use the AI? Well, there's no hard and fast rule. The only thing I would always say is just have this open, the premium AI strategy trades window. Don't overcomplicate it. Okay. Don't have, you go to the channel, there's so much information coming at you. In my opinion, all you need is this and just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. Okay. There's no video that's going to say, okay, if you get this alert, this is what you do. Okay. But having said that, people ask, I mean, can you swing trade anything from the AI? Well, you could have, you look at something like this ASTS, all right? It closed nicely. It had earnings yesterday. It closed, pretty nicely. The high was up here at 414. It closed near the high. You could have said, well, okay, if I'm going to swing this one, of course, you're going to have a stop, where maybe you put your stop here at the 200-day moving average as an example, and take the trade here right at the close. So you've got about a 35-cent stop. That is a way in which you can do that. But again, that is totally up to you. Is TUP moving? Yeah. So you know who they are. They've diverted their attention from GME and AMC, etc. Here's TUP. This was a favorite, 24% short float. Okay. Pretty extended now, though, guys. I mean, it's hard to take this right now. Maybe wait for a pullback. There's the VWAP is 187. Maybe a pullback under two to the VWAP. Maybe that holds it. Look at the volume that came in though. That is coming in now as we speak. 1.9 million on this 15-minute candle. Still has 3 minutes to close. Also, so where is HDL now? It's probably settled down. I haven't seen a new. Whoa, settled down in a horrible way. So it's still above the IPO price of what was it, 1930 or 56? 1956. So it's still above it, but that is a big. I'm surprised I'm surprised Morgan Stanley will get behind something like this with so few shares. Well, oops. See, it would be alerting now. See, the problem earlier is that the relative volume was too short. Was not big enough. So, most of my scanners has to be at least 3. Now I can see it is 4.9 now, but it's because of that volume that came in. Down here, more than likely, the relative volume was under 3. So I would not have seen it here. Now, you can create a scan that you can, I can show you anything that will show you anything. The problem is that this scan, if you reduce it, or any scan, start reducing things, sure, you'll get more. You'll definitely pick up something like a TUP, but you might pick up 10 others that you don't want to see. So there's always a give and take. But I'm sure we would have seen TUP down here, okay, before it started to move in this scan. So that was a quick trade for me, guys, the FLJ. I mean, it worked out okay. I was hoping it would rip a lot more, but the fact of the matter is that it's not that high a short float percent. And I think that for these to be, I think that this is what's happening. People are scanning for these high short float percent, and say a minimum of 15%. So while this had a nice pop, I'm not sure that it is going to have the continuation, and it didn't. So I did okay on it, but nothing great. And it was really because I was wary of the fact. I mean, it's a low float, 4.3 million, but I was kind of wary of the fact that the short float percent wasn't that high. All right, guys. Wow. Fast morning. 11:16 now. So I have about 45 minutes left until Andy takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Problem, but residual, I'm talking a residual income, etc., in our YouTube room. But maybe you weren't listening though, because yeah, I could find TUP early, but you may see 10 or 20 others that will not do what TUP did. Okay. So you're sort of a bit of a needle in a haystack. If you pick the right one, yeah, fine. But all right, guys, what is the market? Wow, the market. Look how choppy the market is, though. I mean, a lot of these things that from the distance to the next high and low are, there's it's just the market is, in my opinion, because a lot of these are, the higher price stocks, bigger caps. They're following a bit like the market. Meanwhile, ASTS, guys, continues. So now the next high looking left is 502 on the weekly. So it is above that now. What a great move. Not in it. All right. Well, then residual, if you took this scan right here, the relative strength leaders from the close, and looked at the ones near the bottom, okay, that haven't, I mean, they're still up a lot, but they're not crazy up. Okay. So look at, SMR as an example. Now that already had a run. I was looking at the CEN, which has dropped off now. How about the SCYX? But some of these ones that are near the bottom that may be just starting out, as opposed to, focusing on the ones that are already up a lot. It is interesting. There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me for the TUP. Not that I want to do it, but so this is a Zach Morris pump. Okay. Thank you, Rob. Pumping a TUP. I mean, I'm not in it, but I mean, it is moving well still. FFIE. And what did I say? I think I said that the next the high in the monthly is, what did I say, five something? I will say this. I'm sure there may have been something in the past, but I cannot remember a stock that went from 4 cents to right now 365 in a week. Can't remember. All right. So yeah, Andy just confirmed it will be him in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes when I take my break. Yeah, if only. I mean, again, 4 cents to 373. So that day, yeah, so it opened at 4.8 cents. The low was 4.5 cents. It closed at 6 cents. Okay. This is on Monday. Tuesday opens at 36 cents. I remember people talking about it. The low was 9 cents, but it closed at 28 cents. Wednesday opens at 38 cents. The high was 98. Closed at 70 cents. Again, great moves, right? Great moves. Yesterday, this is what got me interested at the beginning of the day. Opened at 82 cents. It did get over a dollar. I can't remember. I think in the pre-market, it might have got even to like $1.40 or so. And then it went back down to under a dollar. I thought, well, that must be it. But no, it closed at $1.65. And now who knows what's going to happen today? Yeah, it's not a low float, 41 million in or 42 million in the float. And we verified that. It is not a low float. But it's got a ridiculously high short float percent. And there's been a lot of short covering at Interactive Brokers by people just gagging, obviously. There are now 16.8 million shorts available. The last time I looked, there were 11 million at 11 million. So there's been it's almost 17 million now available. So there's all since I last looked, 6 million have covered because they're going, oh my gosh. Of course, then that's fueling, got to be fueling a lot of this run. And I'm only speaking for Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for any other brokerage platform. But this is what I'm talking about. Okay, 16.8 million, and this will. And the last time I looked, there was 11. So if you have, yeah, of course, there's a short float scanner. Z. Well, it's easy to make. So if you have Interactive Brokers and you want this, just go to your search and type in SLB. Okay, SLB, and then you're going to have this window. I look at this all the time. Tells me how many shorts are available. So this is an example. We'll call this a short. Well, this is a high short interest scanner. Okay, and now you could add the float to it if you want, but all I did on this one, very simple. Okay, here's my range, minimum volume. So I just wanted to make sure the float was at least 15% of the total float, the short float percent. Now I put a billion in here, okay, where the float is no more than a billion. The reason I did that is because things like GME and AMC, that have quite a few shares in the float. So but I could easily reduce this to, I don't know, probably 200,000. But anyway, this is, you do what you want, of course. But the key metric right here is the 15% total short float. So this is what it's telling me, and how I sorted this is on the where is the stock with respect to the high of the day. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. There are no free trials, unfortunately. The best we can do, and I don't know when it's going to be. There is not going to be one this. What are we, May? There's not going to be one at the end of this month, and I'm not sure we're going to have one at the end of the next month. But we usually have these trials. They're not exactly free. They'll cost about $10 for about 10 trading days. So we do not have free trials. You can take out a monthly subscription with I can give you a 15% discount, and you can try us out for a month. Okay, so you're not locked into anything, and if you like the program, then you can, you can continue on a monthly subscription. That's the best we can do right now. So a monthly subscription, how much is it? Well, let's take a look. I do find that our pricing page is pretty elaborate, but I'll decipher it for you. Well, that's a good question. That's a great question, Mr. Fred in our YouTube room. This program was created by traders. Okay. The question is there a head trader for the company that created this system? Yeah, over 20 years ago, the people who created it were traders. Okay. Not just software people. No, we had one software guy. I wasn't around then. I don't. I work for the company in that I manage the trading rooms and all that. So yes, I do work for the company in that regard, but I'm not part of the company in an ownership level. But over 20 years ago, yes, a couple of, in fact, I think there were three of them. Trying to think of who the other guy was. Two real traders, okay. And then one of the guys was a sort of a genius at creating programs. So long-winded, yes. The company was created for traders by traders. Corny, but true. No, it's an American company, U.S. I'm in Canada, but no. The main people live in the San Diego area, okay, but scattered all over the United States. We're all work remotely. There's no sort of head office, which worked out great during the pandemic. We were already set up. We didn't have to worry about any of that. So getting back to how much is it? So clicking on my homepage link. So again, there's the promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off. So if you click on the Get Trade Ideas, I would look at a monthly, okay, 127 a month, less the 15%. Okay, I'll try to decipher all this, but 127 a month, less the 15%. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, that's what you'd pay going forward. So you could always give it a try. And if you like it, then you can maintain. If you don't, you just unsubscribe. It's a subscription, but just let us know a couple of days before the month is out if you don't want, and it's month to month. So it's like the 17th today. So June says 16th. So if you didn't want it anymore, just let us know, say on the 14th, 15th, and we'll just, because obviously you don't want to be disrupted. If you do want it, you don't want to have to resubscribe every month. So and that was because of the FLJ that I'm not in anymore. All right. So Z asked a question regarding what is more important, short interest or short float? Not sure the difference between one being a percentage of the other. Well, what's happened in the last little while are the ones that have a short, like a high short float percent. Okay. So if you get a coupling with something that has a low float also and a high short float percent, sure, they can go really, really ballistic. But look at the FFIE. I wouldn't call, I wouldn't call, if I can load it. I mean, 42 million shares in a float is not high, but it's not the crazy lows that we've seen, that are some of them are under a million, but it's all about that high short float percent. So I think that's what people are concentrating on right now is that high short float percent. Because if you created a scan with a low float and a high, you'd miss this one as an example. What data sources does the platform integrate for real-time data feeds? Um, I I don't know. Well, we I don't know. Mr. Fred, I have no idea who we get our data from. I mean the company. It might be Next something or other. Very reliable though. I'm not sure who the company is. I think it might be Next something or other. It's used by many companies that get real-time data. Well, I guess I have to look at this FLJ again. Wow. I forgot. I should have looked at that pre-market high too. 165. I didn't even look at that. I mean, it's right staring at me. No, we do not offer APIs. No. We link with, well, no, the bottom line is no, we do not offer APIs. No, there's no API option. We do link with with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade so that you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you wanted to. If you had an E-Trade or an Interactive Brokers account, those are the two that they work with. Wow. Now I feel foolish. I should have looked at this 165 layer or area. I just forgot to look at that because that's something that, it will be a bit of a magnet for traders also, that pre-market high. All right, William. Yeah, have a great week. And as always, thanks for keeping the room open till 4 most days. Well, virtually every day. So, yeah, so William in our main room, I usually take off at around 3, and William has been keeping the room open till about 4, but he will not be doing it today. How responsive is technical support team? I've had some where it's 2 to 3 business days where it is a little slow. Well, I think we're pretty responsive. Depends what your question is, of course, but I think we're pretty responsive. I'm not the technical person, of course, but you can ask me some questions, and if I can't answer it on the, like you asked, like what is the company who supplies us our data. I mean, I could easily find that out, but I don't think it really matters. I mean, it's a company that a lot of companies use, very reliable. I just don't know the name of it. And your API question, yeah, we do not offer an API. All right, guys. Wow, look at that. I'm so glad I got out of that crate and a barrel earlier. Just didn't have that look. I mean, it had the look. It looked like it, could easily have just kept cratering, but it did not. Made just a smidge on it, and then I just didn't like the way it was trading, and very glad I got out. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing anything. And look at the market, by the way. Look at the market. Yeah. So the market has given up all those gains that it had in the pre-market. We had that big green candle that looked pretty awesome. But we've now had almost an hour, another 5 minutes for this candle to close. So almost straight hour down. Which to me, it's crazy. I mean, I look at this CBRL, and it was down a lot. And I thought that the market would help it being down, but not even close. I mean, it's running completely counter to the market right now. It's still down 12%, but it's not caring what the market is doing at all. So the whole idea of Mr. Fred, so how frequently are the algorithms retrained or updated? Well, the idea is that you can create your own scans. Okay. So, I mean, these are the filters that we've got and alerts that we've got. I mean, they don't get updated very often, but this is what you have to deal with. The new high and the new low of the day right at the very top. These are all real-time alerts. I mean, scroll, there's a lot of real-time alerts. They don't get updated. I mean, they're just real-time alerts. And then these are the filters that we've got. Again, so the idea of Trade Ideas is you can create your own scans based on these filters that we've got and the real-time alerts that we've got. Okay. So that's what I've done here. This is something that I like to see, but it doesn't have to be something you like to see, as an example. I'm sharing a lot of scans. So the question could be, how often would I personally, make a change to one of my alert windows? And of course, sometimes I will. But that's a personal choice, of course. So for instance, on my homepage link, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So these are the scans that I'm sharing, what I like to see. But for instance, so this is the momentum scan. So if I right click on it and click on configure, this is what I like to see in this scan. So if the stock's between $1 and $100, etc., all these filter values have to be met. And if the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. But you may look at this and go, I don't like that price range. No, you can change it. You don't like something else about it, you can change it. you have a filter or an indicator that maybe you'd like to add to it, you can do it. It's all customizable. And we have a lot of scans here. Clicking on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. Blockchain mining, opening range break. These are all theme-based channels, but they're customizable too. I mean, you can take a scan in one of the channels and you might look at it and go, well, I don't quite like it the way it's set up. I'll set it up. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, the AI, I don't know how many strategies we have anymore. There used to be around 50. So what happens is overnight, it goes through an optimization procedure, each strategy. And the ones that make the cut have to have a certain win percentage and profit factor. And so those are the strategies that make the cut for the next day. So it's not that you're notified on a retrain or an update. It's just that every day there could be different strategies that make the cut. Now, just because a strategy makes a cut doesn't mean you'll get any alerts from it. Because again, the strategies all have a certain bunch of filters, and there's a trigger. A trigger meaning an alert, some kind of a real-time alert that gets triggered. And sometimes, there'll be nothing will happen. So for instance, here, this is not an AI strategy. See how few there are in the 10-day daily breakdown as an example. And that's because if I right click on it, only 2 stocks today so far have met all these filter requirements. So sometimes an AI strategy will make the cut for the following day, but no stocks actually meet all the filter requirements. Can't possibly know that, until the market opens the next day. All right, guys, getting close to my break now. 11:45. In about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Question in our main room: what is the easiest method to manipulate column reordering in an alert window? Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it's an alert window or a top list window. So let me duplicate this one. So it doesn't matter. It could be I just want to duplicate it because I don't want to mess around with this one. So it's pretty simple. Distance to the, so I'll grab relative volume. Okay, when I say grab it, so I've got my pointer on it, left click down on the mouse, and then I start moving it. Okay, hopefully you can see the little square, and where I want it, then I just drop it. Okay, that's the easiest way, I think. Just left click down on the header. Okay, the header, and then just start moving it. And it's the same for a top list window. No, you don't have to go into configure. In fact, no, this is definitely the easiest way to do it. Just Okay, guys. So again, I'll be taking my break really soon. So not interested in doing anything new right now, but that Flojo still looks pretty good. Again, 39 cents at the beginning of the week, $1.33 today. Now, a lot of this too is because we're right at the end of earnings season, so there's hardly. In fact, next week, how many companies release? Yeah, so we've got about 160 next week. I think this week we had a little over 200, but the previous 2 weeks we had, I think one week was 1,200, one week was about 1,000. So we're definitely at the end of earnings season. And so when that happens, you start to get traders who, like to trade earnings plays. And I'm not talking about the big ones. I'm not talking about the Apples and the Googles and the Amazons, et cetera. I'm talking about the general earnings plays that come out. But now turning their attention to the low float ones, and now even more importantly, the low or the high short float percent. Man, oh man, what a mistake I made on the FLJ. 299 times normal. It's trading right now. 299 times normal up to this time of day, volume wise. Dak, you've had e-signal for a long time. A long time. You still like it, obviously. So now my goal for the balance of the day, especially sometime in the afternoon, maybe after 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern time, of course, is to check to see if any one of these high flyers, okay, kind of pulls back a bit. Though this one has not pulled back. Wow. FFI is hoping that, maybe it would do something like this, kind of settle down for a while and then in the afternoon get the exuberance back. But the exuberance is still here for this one. But this will be just an incredible short when it happens. It just, it's the timing. When is it going to happen? FLJ now is halted on the way up. Well, takes out this high here. I have to look at a monthly chart now to see where it could go. Didn't I do this? So $1.80, $1.83 is the next high on the monthly chart. Now, if it takes that out, then the next high is 655. Now, I'm not sure, this might be a reverse split adjusted. With that float of 4.3, it's probably done some reverse splits in the past. I apologize if somebody's already told me they have. But that is the number, guys. 183 and then 655. Not saying it's getting there, of course. I'm just saying those are your levels that probably are important. Though there is probably something on the weekly chart. Yeah. There's probably something on the weekly chart. So yeah, so on the weekly chart, 227. So if it can somehow find a way when it comes out of this halt to get through 183, then the next high in the weekly chart is 226. And man, anything is possible. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is in our main room. And again, for those of you who are new, I do moderate two rooms. There's what I call a main room. A lot more action there. More traders are in that room, and then we have our YouTube room, which is not as active. Both hear me and see my screen, so it's your choice. So again, if you're looking for a little more action and interaction amongst other traders, you can go into the main room, and I'll put that link in. But I wouldn't go now because I'll be taking off for about an hour. And then Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, guys. So Andy shows up sometimes a little bit early. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put my announcement up there. And guess what? FFIE just showed up in the combo scanner. So this is what I'm talking about. So this combo scanner, notice there are hardly any alerts in here. It's because, and there it is, guys. FLJ just opened. So in the combo scanner, it's very hard to get alerts in here because there are a lot of tough filters. It's a combination of two scans, actually, abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so very tough to get, hard to get a lot of alerts in here, which is fine. And if you're wondering, well, why would FFIE only be alerted now? Okay, well, the reason being is that the scan has to have a minimum of 8 in the relative volume. And you can see right now it's 8.44. So, through all this, it was not at 8, it was underneath. And again, you can say, well, why do you have it so high? You're right. I could put it at 6, but put it at 6, and I may get a lot of other ones I don't want to see. So it's up to you. So I'm saying you can take my scans and customize them if you want. Yes, it got halted immediately. FLJ got halted immediately. All right, so we only do stocks, Mr. Fred. No futures, no forex, okay, and no crypto. Just stocks, stocks only, and you can back test for 3 months. Yeah, just stocks only. No forex, no crypto, no futures, just stocks. I personally don't back test at all. I create my scans so that I want to see the alerts, and then I make up my mind. Again, don't get very many alerts in most of these. So I think I just heard a little pop. So I think Andy is in our in the YouTube room right now. So just give me a moment, Andy. Okay.
Okay.
All right, guys. Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So I've put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can go go over and listen to Andy for his hour. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And now I can welcome Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. He will be taking over from me between 12 and 1. And Andy does work at Trade Ideas. So you can, of course, ask ideas questions or anything else that you want to ask. So how are you today, Andy?
Doing good, Barry. Doing good. How about yourself?
Not bad. Are you China loving still or?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's been some incredible China moves. PDD was on my well, I was already in it, but had a nice move today, kind of petering out. But yeah, there's been some really really nice China moves lately.
Yeah,
They got to
I'm
be
just
getting a little tired. I've taken some profits, but we'll see.
yeah. So of course they had some news today, General China market regarding real estate. So how they're going to try to help the real estate market. So you look at a
Yeah.
stock like BEKE and others that I guess are involved in
Hmm.
the real estate sector, even though KWeb, is really doing nothing today, but individual stocks, I guess, in the real estate sector, China real estate sector are doing very well.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's yeah, K-Web is pretty much flat. It up a little bit, but gosh, man, what a move we had in Baba yesterday,
Hmm.
and yeah, it's getting tired. You got to watch a Baidu. Baidu, I think, wants to follow. Had an incredible yesterday, a move yesterday after earnings, and then Morgan
Hmm.
Stanley comes out and downgrades it and lowers the price target. So what I like to do in situations like that is just give it about 2 or 3 days, let that wear off, and see if it can go and take out that high right there. But uh, yeah,
Well, I'm just looking
just a
at
BS
another.
call. Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
I'm looking at another one, Benchmark. I don't know. I've seen Benchmark before, but they're maintaining a 180 price
Okay,
target on Baidu.
okay, interesting.
So there you go. I'm just looking at some of the other ones. Yeah, you're right. Morgan Stanley down, well, equal weight to 125. So I mean, I
Yeah.
guess it is a bit of a downgrade, but UBS though up buy in a target of 165.
Hmm.
So there are some.
Yeah.
Now, Andy, tell me that you bought 1,000 shares or 10,000 shares of FFIE at 4 cents. Isn't
I
that?
saw that when you were talking about it. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, huh? Man,
I actually can't remember the last time I've seen something quite like that in 1 week, going from 4 cents to
force.
3 6.
Gosh, dang.
Really. I mean, I haven't seen that before. I'm maybe it's happened, but and I saw that yesterday. It got over $1 yesterday, and then it came back down underneath $1, and I just said, "Ah, the heck with it." And then it popped over $1. I still said, "The heck with it." But oh man. So
uh,
maybe today it's FLJ. I've been talking about FLJ. The big difference is it does not have a high short float percent. I
mm,
mean, the FFIE had about an 80, if we can believe that number, about 85% short float, and this one's at 5%. But its float is only 4 million. The other one is 10 times that. So I don't know.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye on this. I tell you what, the single stock window is frustrating me. I cannot get it to keep its. It's typically when you type something in for some reason. I may have to
Mhm.
write that up, but uh,
It jumbles around the columns. Is that what
yeah.
happens
Well,
too?
well, 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 let's
Yeah.
see if it does it again. FFEI. Well, that time, of course, it worked, but a
Yeah.
lot of times, yeah, it'll just make it real big where you have to scroll down to see everything. But
Okay.
anyway,
That doesn't happen to me that often. Yeah, it can jumble the columns out a lot, and also sometimes I don't get the float data at all, and I just have to reload. But I mean, happens every now and then. Thank goodness it doesn't happen
yeah.
every third time. All right, Andy, I
All
better
right,
let you go. I got a few things to do, and so we'll see you in about an hour, my friend.
all right. Yeah, enjoy, Barry. Bye bye.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. How was your Friday? Hopefully good. This is a support webinar, so if you have any questions about the software, maybe a configuration, anything you want to talk about the software, we can go there. We can talk stocks. I've been pretty active this week, and I can go through some of my trades. What I what I what I'm liking. This is a Mr. Feta, can you provide examples of successful strategies used by your clients? You know what? I wouldn't know a lot of the successful strategies used by our clients because most of our clients will configure their own windows, right? They will take it and build their own strategies, and plus, I don't. It depends on if you're a day trader or a swing trader, uh, but yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that trade momentum. They like in our the Momo channel gets a lot of hits. That's just a pure kind of momentum. You're going to see alerts in there that are showing you where the action is. Uh, TI Trader Eye, that's the one I do. That's more of a swing trading channel where I drop my watch list in there each day and they can follow it. That gets a lot of hits. Explosive Winners is one of our biggest ones. It's a momentum. So these all have strategies in them. But to tell you what the clients are doing and how successful they are with each strategy would be impossible for me to do. Hi, Iris. How are you? What brokers can I connect? Well, when you're talking about connecting, are you talking about external linking? If you're talking about external linking, yes, we man to almost all of them. All your major brokers we're going to uh, connect to. IB, Thinkorswim. I mean, gosh, it's probably best if you ask, and I can tell you, it's almost any platform that will allow you to link. We can link to it, so that's not really an issue. Now, some are a little bit quirky, and it's not our fault. It's their API, and we only can be as successful as their API will allow us. But for the most part, yeah, you can pretty much link every major broker. Yes, Trade Zero we do link to. I'm not sure what INT is that a different like type? Their main Trade Zero, their main uh, platform we definitely link to. Mr. Fred, as far as strategies go, you got to understand we're idea generation software. Okay, that's very customizable. Okay, so it's not like we are just creating these strategies and putting them out there. Now we do have our AI, which a lot of people like, uh, but it's the people who trade that the best. Is not they don't just look at one particular strategy. They look at just basically an idea, generating an idea whether they want to trade it or not. Okay, so it's best done discretionarily. We don't. Uh, I think you're confusing us with kind of like a green light, red light type software where you buy and they give you tell you when to sell and all that. This is more idea generation where you can basically configure anything you want to see. Okay, yeah. Okay, your questions. Yeah, the channel bar, that's just channels. There a lot of them are theme based. We have pre-market, after hours, swing trading one. If you like swing trading one, a lot of them you're going to see are momentum style. But uh, once again, these are just going to be showing you where the action is, showing you where you might find some really good opportunity for momentum trading, but as far as a strategy, it's more of just like I said, idea generation, showing you kind of where the action is with the momentum. You know me, I'm a swing trader, so I don't do a lot of Holly stuff. But let's take a look. I have no idea Holly trades today. It looks like a short and docks, and not so good today. But I always hate using the P&L for just a uh, barometer of how well it's doing. F5 short was not a good one. No, I'm not seeing a whole lot of good stuff today. And you'll occasionally have some days like today when the market is kind of just slopping around, going sideways for the most part. Every now and then she'll, you know, have a blah day, and then obviously this is one of them because I didn't see a whole lot of stuff there that was any decent. It's funny. I put a bid on GME at this morning at 1991. I did get hit in my account. I didn't even realize it, so I didn't get it on my screen here. So I I am in that, but it looks like to me it wants to go lower because it can't get a bounce, and now you got the 10 period moving average pushing down on it. I got it on another screen over here, and you got that 10 period moving average. Now, if it pops above that moving average and takes out like a 1 hour high, I'll probably add to it. But right now, it's just a half size. I got hit at 1991 this morning. No, no, I haven't. I haven't played. I did play AMC a couple of times day before yesterday and had some nice trades in it. But I caught the big move. I tell you how lame I am. I caught this day at think I bought it was right around 335 or something like that. It was after the AI call, I know that. Anyway, I sold it. I sold the rest of mine right around 5, maybe 498 that day. Great trade, but when I woke up this morning the next morning and saw it up around 12, I was just really kicking myself. But you know what? I could have woken up and thing been down to 350 again. Keep an eye on the ARK stocks, ARKK. I've been waiting. This one has been really lagging, and now it's basically, I mentioned to the traders earlier, the baton has been passed to ARK. It's outperforming all the other sectors today, uh, except for gold and silver and stuff like that. But you can see it's up here having a nice move. Uh, so when I saw it digging in, I bought some SQ and I bought some DKNG basically right here, basically buying it off this 10 period moving average. I don't know if that's going to work, but just basically playing that arc move. The back testing is very robust. I've probably done, gosh, I bet you I've done over 5,000 back tests in my life. Now, you can, it's going to back test it based upon whatever the signal is, the entry based upon the alert. You can, there's a way you can go in there and put in slippage. I No exchange fees. Latency is no latency, but the slippage can vary, obviously. So you can put in there, what you did, but the back testing is incredible. I don't, but I'm not a strategy guy. I've been trading for 25 years. Just kind of a gut feel, just watching the market, observing. Okay, FXI. Sorry, Yellow Jacket. Let's see, FXI. I'm sure it's extended, like a lot of China plays are, and yeah, I would love to see that thing, pull back. You can see the 10. Anytime you get momentum like this, and you get these fanning moving averages. What I mean by that is you get the 10 above the 20 above the 50. That just denotes incredible uh, momentum. So what I would like to see is it pull back and maybe test, this 10 period moving average. And a lot of times what I'll do is kind of gauge where it might do that and just put a price alert in there and see if it goes off. And when it does, see if it's anywhere near that 10 period moving average, because that is some good momentum there. Mark, been able to do these detailed custom screeners. That helps to narrow in on my trading ideas. Let's see, has worked great for me. Already got back 1 year members in 2 months. Very nice, Mark. It is a shameless plug, and we appreciate it. And there you have it, Mr. Fred. You take somebody like Mark who creates his custom screeners that he's looking for, and very much the same thing I do with my uh, homework each day. I will do my custom scans, and I'll come in each day and I'll go through all of them and mark them up. And that's the kind of value that Trade Ideas brings. And just remember, this is not a screener, okay? Even though Mark referred to it as a screener, this is a scanner, okay? It's just real time, which means you don't have to go back in and put back in your preferences and your filters and hit refresh and all that. It's going to scan in real time for you. So that's, to me, is the real value of is the real time alerts and the real time scanning capability of Trade Ideas. Okay, Mark's just swing trader too. Yeah. Okay. Donald J. Trump on a bear flag, huh? Yeah, I see what you're talking there, seeing there. It could possibly go down to this, 20 period moving average. So what you can do, and this is why I bought Square today, when I saw that arc finally kind of rising up out of the grave, especially on this move right here, and then started going sideways. I have an arc watcher as well, so I pulled that up. I don't keep it on my screen all the time, but I want to see what stocks are, doing well. And I noticed that Set Square was holding up very well, so I bought it at where did I buy it? 72.48. But yeah, it may behoove you to keep an eye on some of these. I got stopped out of path yesterday. Dang it. Yeah, Mark, you got to take a day trade every now and then. Yeah, I may be taking one in this GameStop here, especially if it can pop above the. Let's take a look here. So a lot of people are waiting for it to come down here and possibly hit. Let me move some of these alerts. This 20 period moving average, although it did fill the gap if you use the high of that bar. So you got to ask yourself, is that high going to be good enough for a gap fill, which in some cases it is, or is it going to want to come down here and hit the 20, or is it going to want to come down here and do a gap fill based upon the closing price of this day, which is 1747. So I'm hoping it doesn't want to do that, and I'd love to see it pop up right here. And I'm just going to put an alert right there. If it gets that, I may add. Bill, I can share it, but here's the thing. Basically, all I did is took my China watcher, and I mean, this is just a basic screen. Uh, if you will hit me up at info, you've been around long enough, Bill. Info at trade-ideas.com, because you're going to need the symbol list, and I'm sure there's a lot more in there. This is only the list. I don't know where I got it. It was probably the top holdings. But Bill, yeah, if you'll hit me up, I will definitely send it to you after I get through with this webinar. Yeah, Jay, I'm not much of a short seller. Uh, every now and then, I'll short some ETFs, but yeah, for the most part, I play long. I've always been kind of scared to short individual stocks since I'm a swing trader and hold them over. I'm always afraid of what the news come out the next day, man, just rip me. But uh, yeah, can I train you to stop being one? Well, there was now, yeah, when I day traded back in my day trading days, yeah, I would get short. I didn't mind it then because I knew I could get out during that day. I was hoping this HYMC would get stupid. Sometimes it does. It doesn't have a whole lot of float. Yeah, Bill. Yes, I will. Or let's just do a little test here. Let's just do a little what I always do. ARC top holdings, and we'll see if I like usually go to Market Watch, but Coin, Tesla, Block. That's that Square that I bought. Path. That's the one I was in. Got stopped out yesterday. Hood got a pretty decent one. and I don't know why they don't get the full list. There you go. That you know what, you're going to get a better list here, right? If you go here than what I have. Uh, See if it's downloadable. Well, it's not that many, so you could probably just go through and copy them from there. That's what I would do. Just come here, just go to Kathy's Arc, Bill. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to do this as well and get a better list because mine is not as extensive as this. You can download his image. Uh, yeah. Anyway, I think your best bet. Yeah, like I said, it's not going to take you. For me trying to figure out how to download it, you could already have them in your little watch list. Okay, there's the game signal. Let's see if I want to add. Gosh, I look at that chart and it looks like it just might want to doji. I'm not going to be in a hurry to add. I can see it just closing just like this. I may be wrong, but you know what? If it wants to go, I'll be happy because I do have a half a size. And some with GameStop, if you get the right move, half size is plenty. But once again, this pattern would not surprise me at all if it just hangs out right here, this level. So I don't want to like kill my average price by chasing. This AG, you don't need to be on the other side of this. I've scalped out of most of this. This little VNet is one I've been in for a few days, after 3 days now. That China play, that if it can get above, let's call it the 210, could explode. Well, that U can't get anything going though. I think it's just hanging out near all-time high lows. All right, let's see what we got going on in the races over here. Wow. It's a nice move. Well, sounds getting a little move right now. Let me just raise that up in case it wants to go to highs. Then, then I would add. Well, that Gurn has been really sloppy the last couple of weeks. That Airbus was on the, I call it Airbus, but that was on the list today, I believe. Yeah, on my swing trade watcher, and I missed it. Nice little pop right there. Looks like it may want to go back to highs. Let's see the winner. That thing has been a tear. HYMC coming through there. Donkey Kong's gonna want this gap fill, which is the close of this bar is 44.13. It may want that. Look at that silver. Is that right? Is that all-time high? No. No, see, I knew that'd been higher. I think our lifetime range only goes back a certain amount of time. That's not right there. We need to fix that. Yes, Trader 77, you are correct. I do I do remember. I'm old enough to remember. Yeah, and that I remember the 2010 had a huge move there in silver as well. You know what? I don't like to put a percentage, on targets. Typically, my style is I will look for, levels like that PDD. Well, I've been in this thing in and out for ever since this move down here off that bottoming tail, and I did sell some today. I'll look for levels. Okay, to me, it was obvious kind of yesterday when I was buying these things, and when Baba was taking off, and I got a decent price in this one, and then added yesterday, and then I told myself, you know what, that's my target for at least half of it. Okay, so sold half of it, and what I'll do is I like to keep a core positions. You can see, and now Baba, I've made tons a lot of money on Baba over the last couple of weeks. But what happened is I held some into earnings, a small position, and I got stopped out on this day. And then you can see where I had to buy it back. I had to buy it back on this day. So I don't have my closed P&L in there since I got out of it for more than one day and got back in. Uh, but I like to use instead of using a percentage. I like to find, if it's technical. Now, don't get me wrong. There's been times when you get just such an incredible move, that it would be, just stupid to not ring the bell for some of it. But I do that a lot with my swing trading. I'll maintain a core position and scalp around it. That's why, you'll see a lot of times like this PDD. I've been in it, over the last month, but I've maintained a core position throughout the whole move there. But good question. I think targets and stops are, when it comes to swing trading, are very subjective because I'm just using a hypothetical here. One guy may buy, 500 of this PDD and tell myself that, hey, I'm looking for a 3-day move, and I'm out, but I'm going to keep a stop real tight below this 136 level. Whereas another trader may say, you know what, I'm going to buy 100 and I plan on holding this for as long as it's working for me, which could be, 3 or 4 years, but their stop may be, below the 130 down here, the support. So it's all based on risk tolerance and of obviously size of the trade. So that's why I don't like to give, targets and stops, with the swing trading because they can be very subjective. Yeah, I think too many people will put a stop just based upon the amount of money that they're going to lose when I think you should, be doing it technical. So in other words, let's say you jumped in this PDD yesterday at 139. Okay. Now, if you told yourself I'm going to give it $2, to me, you're getting out right in the middle of a range. There's no technical reason for getting out. You should not get out of the trade there. But what I would do would size accordingly to let this see to maintain that 135, call it 135.50 level. Okay. So adjust your size according to a technical stop versus just basing it totally on the amount of money that you're going to lose. Because I promise you, if you do it that way, you're going to be frustrated because you're going to get stopped out, and it's going to hold on technically, and you're going to miss the move because you had too much size and couldn't, you just didn't size accordingly to where the technical stop should be. A lot of questions about strategies, time frame style. How you recommend finding a good fit for you? Good question, Jay. It's a lot of it's unfortunately is, is trial and error, and uh, I'm trying to go back to my day trading days, where in my opinion, you had to be real flexible. As far as especially when high frequency trading came in, and I remember that, and I remember when it first hit me, I was like, "Whoa, what is this? What's this price action doing all of a sudden?" So, because I was kind of a micro scalper, where I would, take size and look for 15, 20 cents, and then, boy, the high frequency trading really messed that up. And I told myself, well, I've got to adjust. I got to adapt to what's this new environment, So I had to start taking lesser size and looking for bigger moves because I knew that if you're just getting in for 10 or 20 cents, you are going to be worked over by the high frequency trader. So I adapted. And I say that about day trading, but the same applies to swing trading as well. I mean, the market is ever changing. Uh, no, I wasn't a big, book reader. I felt like, the experience. No, I can't. I've definitely read, a couple of books. I definitely wanted to learn candlestick charting. All right, so I, got into that real heavy right away to make sure I understood, all the different technical things in candlestick charting, and then of course, a couple of psychology books, Trading in the Zone, and then Reminiscence of a Stock Operator is probably my favorite of all time. I think I've read that 3 or 4 times. Uh, But that's just a really good book on crowd, psycho it's entertaining too as hell because it's a true story. But, you can't beat screen hours, you really can't. And, you learn you pick up so much over time. And I do a lot of, stuff that a lot of traders won't do, because I'm not afraid, to bottom fish, like this Intel, the other day. Uh, I love the way it kinda held on to this low, right at $30, so I picked some up, at 30.65, and I've already scalped out a half of it, and that's what I'll do a lot of times when I'm, trying to pick a bottom. I want to make sure I lock in some profits, but uh, I think if you kind of can, I hate to say this because uh, it's kind of it's outside of what a lot of people will teach you, but I think there's, like they say, more than one way to skin a cat, and I think if you get good at it, identifying bottoms, you can do really well. That's why I did a lot of the China stocks. Uh, you just look for, certain signals. See, I talked about this on Trader TV the other day. Back in January, they had their largest inflows. It's the third week of January, and had the largest inflows into Chinese equity funds in like 10 years since 2015. And so ever since that time, I've been, I've been watching these and playing in and out of these China stocks because I knew these China internets were going to bounce at some point. All right, so I wanted to be in them, so I started looking, for these patterns. And I think the first one that tipped me off is this PDD on this day right here that tried to break down on lows, put in a bottoming tail. That's just a nice little pattern right there. Let me zoom in. Right at its 200-day moving average, and then look at this following day. When that happened right there that day, I said, "Okay, it's on." In my opinion, I just even though the volume wasn't huge, that was just a massive move. Uh, so it's something I do. I'm not afraid to do it, but I'm very disciplined. Okay, so I get in and out a lot. When I'm wrong, I get out. Okay, because I know when I hit it, I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it good for probably several months. But you got to be very disciplined. I almost feel guilty trying to teach you something like this, but if you can get to where you can identify, patterns and these bottoms, you can do very well. All right, let's see this market. But Jay, I mean, I know I rambled on. Uh, the most important thing, man, is just get in the trenches and you'll figure out. The main thing is you got to feel comfortable doing it, and that's why I eventually switched to swing trading. Uh, Day trading for me, it just there were a lot of inefficiencies back in the day when I first started, and I was able to do really, really well. But then we went to decimalization, that hurt, and then we went to high frequency trading, and it's like Wall Street were creating moving the goalpost, for the day trader. And no, don't get me wrong, there's some day traders, a lot of them that I know that still do it very, very well. But for me, it was just time to move on to swing trading. Look at this volume bar in this arc. I'm not sure what that's all about. That's a big volume bar for midday on a Friday. I have to watch this closely. May have to be getting out of my Don King. Reminiscence of a stock operator. Yes, that is the one. Thank you, Chris. Or Barry. I think it's probably Chris. Very another good question, Jay. In downtrending market, you know, it's a different animal. And once again, that's Steve. Okay. Thank you, Steve. uh, well, first of all, there's two ways to trade a downtrending market. Okay. Especially if you're going to trade it from the long side like I do. Uh, Now, like I said, I will occasionally trade some things like a TZA or FAS, if I think it's going to be, a good move for 3 or 4 days to the downside. So a lot of times what you'll see me doing is putting on a hedge. It'll start out to be a hedge. Uh, I mean, I don't see any reason to right now because we're at all-time highs, but unless I get something triggers me like a IWM or something like that, uh, gets up here and maybe breaks and closes below this 10 period moving average, then I'm maybe saying, maybe getting a little long in the tooth. I'm gonna put on a hedge on TZA or something like that. And then what'll end up happening, I'll get stopped out of my longs and I'll have this short position. And so typically, that's kind of my short in a downtrending market as long as it trends down, which lately hasn't been very long. Uh, But and really, gosh, you think about it, man, I mean, we've had some quick moves to the downside, maybe 5, 10%, maybe once in the last 14 years or something like that. I'm sure it's been more than that, uh, but getting back to your question, typically what I'll do is I'll either do one or two things. I'll tempt stocks that are holding up in a downtrend market with small size, okay, and let it wiggle and jiggle and just really cut back my size. Or sometimes what I'll do is I'm looking at a stock and I just feel like it's going to bounce. It's coming back to, say, it's 50 period moving average. It's sold off hard. What I'll do is I'll watch it and then go in with size, knowing that I'm probably going to only stay in this for 2 or 3 days because the downtrends will probably catch it, and the sellers will come back in. So that's the biggest thing. My time frame, in a downtrending market is much more shorter than what you see in an uptrending market. Like I may stay in a stock for a month, in an uptrending market, whereas it's downtrending, boy, my max is usually like 3 to 5 days, maybe two. Silver is holding up well, folks, at highs. Almost want to jump back in some more of this AG. And this HYMC. Do my check my broker account real quick. Yeah, I can see GameStop closing right here. And that's another thing you'll get better at. I mean, as you experience, when you see a chart pattern, you have a really good idea because you've seen them, been staring at them for 25 years of, you know, what that pattern will, how it will probably develop and close. And I can definitely see GameStop just kind of closing here as a doji or a spinning top or whatever. Hope I'm wrong. Maybe, the apes will come out in full force and rally it, but I heard a whisper. Don't tell me I didn't, Barry.
Well, actually, that was my cat.
Was it really?
Yeah, that was my
Uh,
cat. I wasn't saying a thing.
okay.
My cat is behind me saying, "You know what? Feed me." Again, for the 100th time in the day.
Oh man, I got a dog, man. Yeah, that loves to eat as well. Matter of fact, we had to put him on a diet. Well,
Mm. What
how's your FF? What is
Well, that's
EI?
why, you know what? I wanted to pop in here because I didn't realize this, Andy, but the FLJ, I knew it was China, but I mean, on top of everything else, it is in the real estate sector. Okay. On
Yeah, I
top of
see it on the
everything
single
else.
stock window. Yes.
Yeah. So I didn't actually realize that. So who knows? I mean,
Wow.
I think it's taken on a life of its own anyway, but I
Yeah.
think it's probably the initial push was probably in the pre-market because of the China real estate sector news. But now
Interesting. Was
I
that
think
one that I sent to you earlier today? What was it? Duo?
yeah,
Was that?
Duo.
Is that a? Yeah, it is real estate. Okay. It kind of failed there.
Yeah, real estate developers, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What happened?
And
Was it Leju? Was used to be one of them? Is that still around?
LEJU?
Yeah.
LEJ. I haven't seen it for a while, but let's take a look.
Well, no, I guess
LEJU.
it's not around anymore.
A moment of silence for, for I don't know what happened to you, Leju.
Yeah, I think that was it. Don't you? Do you remember that symbol?
Yeah, oh, for
Yeah.
sure,
Okay.
absolutely,
Yeah. Yeah.
absolutely.
Hmm.
But I'm
Yeah.
looking here. It says Leju Holdings announces a major board reshuffle. That's on
Hmm.
the 6th of May. So
Oh
I don't
wow.
know. Ah, Nicey to delist among
Oh.
that was on April the 11th. So I don't know
Okay.
where it is trading now. If it moved to the OTC, so it's possible. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, you
Okay.
know why? It's probably because I don't have OTC checked on my charts.
You have to have it checked on your charts as well, just like a.
Okay, checked. I'm sorry. Yeah, checked in general. So let me just see. You're right. No,
Oh.
no, forget what I said. Or where are my brokerages? In the oh, you're right though. Why? Yeah, that should only be from an alert
Right, right.
window or a top list window where you've said no OTC. So I have no explanation then.
Hmm.
I don't know why it's not showing up because you're right. You cannot designate on a chart. I don't think so. I don't think you can
No, I don't think
designate
you
on a
can.
chart,
No, no,
what exchanges you want. No,
no, no. That should just, yeah, be pull up regardless. But
unless it's dead, unless it's completely and utterly dead.
it could be.
You know,
It could
I mean,
be.
it
I
happens.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could research it on some other.
Boy, look
But
at FFI now, FFIE now. I mean, this will, but you first will turn
oh,
into an
oh,
amazing short.
yep.
And I was amazed. I was looking at Interactive Brokers earlier today, and like right now, there are 14 million shares available to short.
Oh,
And
really?
I was really surprised,
Man.
that you look at the float of 41 million, and there's 14 million available to short. So, Andy, most of these small ones, typically, if there are shorts available, it's certainly not going to be that magnitude.
Right.
But man, oh man, I mean, it's going to turn into, it's just a matter of when. I mean, it may be
Yeah.
now. It may be now. It may go
It
right
may
back to
be.
4 cents. But you first. You first.
Wow. Well, you might as well borrow just in case, right?
Just in case. That's right. Yeah, where are you going to put your stop? Maybe put it at $3. And all right, just made 5,000 shares. Okay, done. So I'm kidding. Because look what happened. Look what happened on the previous 15-minute candle. Okay, I don't know if you have a 15-minute
I
chart up,
do.
but look. Okay, well look at the previous 15-minute candle. I'm
Yep.
sure a lot of people probably felt that was it. Got
Hmm.
down to 270, and then it
Yep.
closed right back up to 320. So that's the problem.
Yeah,
I
and it
mean,
is. Yeah.
it's hard.
You
It's
almost
hard.
you almost have to fade the top, you know. It's like,
Yeah, exactly,
mhm.
exactly. But anyway, well, I'll let you go now if you want. I know it's
Oh, well,
five
that's
two.
nice of you.
Oh yeah, I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, you are a nice guy.
I am a nice guy. I hear you talking about GME. Does that mean you were trying to go long GME
I
or?
actually put a bid in this morning at 1991 and I got
Oh, okay.
hit. Yeah, I got
Oh,
hit, but I
oh,
I'm not real confident about it as a matter of yeah. And it was only half size, so
right.
I'm glad I didn't, add.
1991. Okay, yeah. So you're just a little bit
Yeah.
of above water now.
Yeah.
Well, as you know, they had news too. I mean,
I
so they're
do.
doing a
Yeah.
financing and also, and it's not bogus news. I mean, it was, the company has
Mhm.
said that they're doing a financing, and
Mhm.
also they decided, Andy, when did this all start? That companies decide, even though they have an earnings date, and I'll use GME as an example. I think I want to say June the 6th or something like that. June the 5th. Okay. When did it start that companies decided, maybe 3 weeks before, even a month before, to give guidance about what to expect when they release earnings? When did that start?
Yeah, I I don't know, Barry. Used to they would only like if they were going to miss bad or exceed, they would come out and do something like that.
But
Now I
but
have
three
seen
weeks,
that.
3 weeks ahead or a month ahead, really?
I have it's rare, but I do remember seeing that in the past, where they'd come
Okay.
out. And I think it's because I don't know that they didn't want to feel like they misguided, in their last earnings report about what they were going to do, and then things start getting better. They'll yeah give almost like another guidance, before the earnings. But it's rare. Did somebody do that?
Oh, they're doing it all the time.
Right, right. Okay, I thought you were
I'm
talking
seeing
about
this
one
all the time.
one
No,
particular.
no, no.
Okay,
I'm
stock.
I'm just
Okay,
using GME as an example who did it.
right.
No, I'm seeing it over and over and over again. I mean, not every company, of course, but my problem with it is that I would not want to hold anything through earnings. So
Right.
if I'm swinging as a swing trader, I'm thinking of you poor swing traders. Okay. So if you're swing trading and you're thinking, oh, okay, earnings are in 3 weeks, I'll certainly not going to hold it through earnings.
Right, and then
And
all
then
of a
they
sudden they
come
come out
out,
with that. Yes,
it
that
may as well be an earnings play. I mean,
exactly.
because
You're right. You're totally right, and I think I have been on the wrong side, always on the wrong side, Barry, but
yeah,
on the things like that. But yeah, where
I
what
just don't
what's
recall
called
it
it's called a
happening that
warning.
much.
If it's going to be down, they'll issue a warning. a earnings warning, they used to call
Well,
it,
why not
and I
just
don't
yeah,
know.
but why not just wait for earnings to come out and then,
I
to
agree.
allow people
I
to
totally agree.
yeah, because it
Mhm.
catches you by surprise. Because you don't know they're going to do it. They're not going to say, and by the way, 3 weeks before our official earnings date, we're going to come out with, well, a warning either on the, well, maybe on the plus side or the negative side. We're going to
Mhm.
come out with some guidance. Okay, at least you can plan for it. But anyway, it's been a pet peeve of mine. Not that it really
No, I
affects me because
agree. I
I'm not
agree.
swing trading.
Yeah, I hear you. I totally
Yeah.
agree. I don't like it either, Barry.
All right. Well, let's phone your congressman. Write your congressman or phone
That's
him or
right.
text him or whatever you do. All right, my friend. Well, thanks for taking over for me for the hour, and
No, you bet, Barry.
have a
Yeah,
great weekend.
you do the same. You do the same.
Okay.
Everybody,
Okay.
you do the same as well. All right. Bye-bye.
Now let me just get the recapture. There we go. So I'm back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms now. Sound and screen sharing wise. And the only one more thing to do is get my music going. All right, guys. So we were talking about Annie and I were talking in our YouTube room about FFIE. And at some point it's going to turn into an incredibly great short. It has to. Okay, something that went from 4 cents to almost $4 in a week. It's got to. And there's plenty of shorts available. It appears at most brokerages. The question is when. We were talking about. I mean, if you look at the current 15-minute candle. Look at the previous one. That could have been the when, right? You might have thought, oh, yeah, here it goes. And then it gets down to 273, and then it just shoots right back up to 326. So now we've got another candle. Okay. This one got down to 256, close a little higher. It's almost the problem, when you have these big, wide candles. It'd rather be more orderly because what happens is just like on the way on the upside, you get people looking at this and thinking, it's gone down too fast in too short a time. I'm going to come in here and try to play a bounce. Whereas if it was just a little more orderly down, not attracting as much attention. But of course, we can't control that. And yeah, the Flojo is halted on the way down. Well, I just can't believe I sold it. You know what? There's another reason why I'm really, really blew it on this one. Two reasons. Okay, I didn't realize that I'd seen it in the pre-market, but I forgot to check the pre-market. It was up to 165. The other thing is, yes, it's China, and of course, China had all sorts of news today in the real estate sector. Yeah, this is a little real estate, but it's in the real estate. It's in the real estate sector. So that probably was the initial pop because of all the other China stocks that are involved in the real estate sector. And that's probably why it popped up. And then people said, well, wait a minute. What if this could turn into another FFIE? So the interesting thing is that the short float percent is not as high, of course. The other one is like 80 odd, but the float is way lower. So the float is about 1/10. Okay. But the other ones is about 16 times, 19 times that short float percent. So anyway, it's always interesting to try to analyze what may happen. And there we go. I mean, there is just came out of its halt, and now it is halted again. Now it is halted again. Yes. Can't remember what the record number of halts that we've seen since we had this scan. But believe it or not, it could be in the 30s. So if you look at this and you think, there's got to be a record number of halts for a stock. Nope. Now this one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, I guess I'm not a seasoned folk, PJ. Just got to, it's all timing, it's all timing on any of this stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you did. Always put me down, PJ. All right, guys. Well, 103. So this room will only be open till about maybe quarter to three, 10 to three. Okay. Unless there are questions, I'll always stick around. If there are a lot of questions, I'll stick around as long as there are questions. But William is not going to be able to keep the room open till 4. So when I leave, that's it for the weekend. Now, for we Canadians, it is a holiday on Monday. I will be in the room, but so we Canadians or us Canadians? I guess it's we Canadians. And then I guess you guys have your Memorial Day holiday the following week. Yeah, I don't know, PJ. We Canadians, good one. And so is Duo, guys. Duo is also in that sector, the China real estate. Excuse me, the China real estate sector, but it did not do really anything compared to FLJ. I mean, it's it's crazy when you say it. I mean, it's up 323%, but it's this one is 389%. But it had a more orderly move. I mean, look what happened with Duo and check out FLJ. Way different. Is there an alert window that can show that previous bearish candle on FLJ? Are you talking about that red candle here, Stephen? Like, not really. If you're talking to somebody in our YouTube room, are you talking about that's going to show you that red candle? Is that what you mean? Because if that's the question, not really, no. I mean, if you had a scan, I guess if you were looking for, the stocks that are really flying, and you said, okay, but the only time I want to see a trigger. Yeah, no, I'm pointing to this one. So I'm assuming you're talking about this one, Stephen. This is the 12 o'clock handle. Okay. So I suppose there would be a way you could have your scan showing stocks that are a lot of momentum. And then instead of, showing me a new high of the day, maybe a new 5-minute low. Okay. A 5-minute low that could turn into, a bearish candle, if that makes sense. So you could take a high flying stock that is up a lot, and then say, okay, just alert me when maybe there's a new 5-minute low or a 15-minute low. I suppose you could try that. I've never tried that, but. Oh, you mean this one? Oh, okay. No. Well, again, that's making a 5-minute low on the way down. I see what you're talking about. You want this topping tail. I know we have some kind of a topping tail. I've never used it, but I know we've got some kind of a topping tail. Let me just see what time frames they're on. and I've never used it. So here is a 15-minute topping tail. Okay, so this is the pattern. I think it has to have three 15-minute candles up. Okay, before I think it has to have three 15-minute candles up and then has a topping tail. And the percent, I'm not sure. I guess if I click on help, it might tell me. And you can, you have different time frames, of course. So a red candle with three preceding green or bullish candles. The last candle has a small real body in the space. Okay. The upper shadow or tail of the last candle is typically longer than the longer shadow, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can, you can see what it's doing right there. So there's the three green candles, and then you've got this one. Now, in this particular case, it did not turn green or red though. So it probably, I probably has to turn red for you to see it, but that's not the worst. So you can try that. You can try a topping tail alert and pick whatever time frame you want. Understanding, this, I'll give you, here it is. So it doesn't matter the time frame. This is the idea behind it though. Okay. And so then what you do is, of course, you create your alert window with the price range you like, minimum volume that you like, all those sort of things. Will do, PJ. Okay. CETX. Okay, let's see. I don't see CETX anywhere here, but let's take a look at CETX from Baba in our main room. Oh, well, maybe, maybe. I mean, it's hard. Again, love to be able to say yes. Okay, now 13% short, 12 million in the float, so it's certainly low enough. So it looks like there's support around 27. So yeah, I mean, if you want, you take this and you put a stop 10 cents away and see if it happens, I guess. I'm not going to do it, but yeah, you could. I mean, it's insanely choppy today and even after hours, but you never know. I mean, and that's what happens. You look, you look back next week and you see, man, look where this came from. But I wish we could say, that's going to happen for sure. Obviously, there's no for sures in the stock market. But it's very possible that people will be looking at this as something that, okay, the short float, I mean, it's 13%. It's not my minimum of 15, but still, and the fairly low float. Oh, really? Okay, well, let's check another. I don't trust Yahoo or Schwab. I do trust this other site. So we'll just, and when I say trust, I mean, it can be all over the place, but I will, I'll check that other site and just see what they've got. Yeah, so they've got, yeah, They've got 12.8 million, 12 point, yeah. So I think that is probably pretty accurate. This 12.74 million. Okay. Because from Dilution Tracker, which I think is pretty darn accurate, it says 12.8. And only 12 and about the same number of shares outstanding. So if they've got, I have IB and Mamba. Wow, good for you on the FFIE. Well, though, I thought I got some. I didn't get it. I actually put in an order to get some, and I did not get it. Just checking over here. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I was looking to get some right here at 270, right in that 270 level. So it depends what you're looking at, Nmamba. Now, when you say the update, I'm not using their latest one that they keep telling me I should use. So are you talking about that, whatever it's called, the when they say the latest greatest thing? I'm still using the I guess call it the old IB. Oh, see, I don't use any of that. I don't use anything in IB for a watch list. Everything is, I do all that stuff in Trade Ideas. So I can't help you there. I mean, if I want to see the U.S. movers watch list, I use Trade Ideas. What I have found, and you've got to be careful, is that, in your order entry, and right beside the order entry, so you see your symbol, and then right beside it, you see the bid ask. But I've seen this week, especially sometimes at the beginning of the day, that you have to be looking at the time and sales, okay? Because if you're looking at that bid ask that's in your order entry, I have found that has lagged quite a bit. This is the only thing that is accurate 100% of the time, as far as I can see. Because what happened a couple of times is I was short something, and I'm looking at the my order entry, and it's telling me what the price was, and I think, okay, I'm still good. And then I look over here, and the price is way above the price I'm seeing in the order entry. So in other words, my short was not as good as I was thinking. Are you talking about that? The reset every time? So that's what they're saying? How do you do a reset? You don't mean reload, do you? Is there like a reset? Sorry, guys, I know we're talking Interactive Brokers, but is there like an account reset connection or something? I've never tried that. Because I don't want to do is it the restart? I don't want to do I don't want to reload the whole application. Usually it's at the beginning of the day. It's almost like it can't, they're not talking to each other. Well, there's the bounce now for FFIE, guys. That's a big bounce. Okay, Control Alt R. So what does that do? That basically, that doesn't boot you out of the program. It just sort of maybe does the same sort of thing that our account reset does. Can you give, Jay says, or asks a question in our YouTube room, if I have a custom top list of ETFs, can I give each ETF a custom color? No. So that'd be, yeah, no, you cannot designate a color for a symbol. Best you could do, but I don't advise it, is that, and I don't use it at all. I haven't used, I don't like the color. I find it too complicated, but in the short interest. Okay. So this is a topless window. So if I go into the color coding, so yeah, these are, I never got into it. You know how you can have it all shaded differently. I've never got into that. So you could shade it depending on price ranges, I guess, if you wanted, but you have to do this yourself. Okay. We don't talk about this anymore. At least I don't. I don't really hear any of the other traders talking about it. So, for instance, if the price was a certain price, it'd be in a certain range of price, it'd be a different color or shade of a color. I just don't do it anymore. All I care about is, okay, tell me when it's down, orange. Tell me when it's up, green. I try to keep it really simple. So the bottom line is no, you cannot say, okay, I want this ETF to be this color, another ETF to be another color. No. Hey guys, round two maybe. JDZG. Nothing to do with the AI, Vitus. Okay, nothing to do with the AI. Question in our YouTube room. FLJ, are FLJ and D and dual percentage in the green window catch by the AI and trade ideas? Not today. Okay, no. And if you ask why, well, didn't meet the filter requirements that actually I'm wrong. Well, I'm sort of wrong. FFIE was caught today by the AI, but was on a short. Now it did finally work. Okay, but you would have got stopped out if you had taken it on the short at the beginning. But no, these did not show up in the AI. And again, all because, if I look at FLJ, some filters prevented it, or the stock or the strategies that made the cut today would not have picked this up, if that makes sense. Another strategy that may not have made the cut may have picked this up. I see what you're talking about now. DXF. Yeah. Wow. Oh, okay. Now it's only showing up for me now because I've got 50 cents as my minimum. So who knows? 20 million in the float. This is a fintech in China. Super cheap. Hardly anything is short. 0.07%. So basically nothing is short. And that the usual reason for that is that, not many brokers other than say a Cobra or Centerpoint or maybe Trade Zero will have shorts available for a stock like this. Interactive Brokers does not. So I know I say it every day. The AI is like a watch list. So, the AI wanted you to short this one at 265 earlier in the day. So you could have waited and waited and waited a bit. And then when you see this, you might have thought, you know what, maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait. But even if you'd taken it, okay, you always have a stop. And of course, there it is. But look what happened. It came back down to that short price, short alert. So if you had said, okay, let's try it now, maybe the AI was obviously a little early on doing that. You take the short here at 265, gets down to $2. I mean, that's a great percentage move, but using it like a watch list. I would have had a hard time taking the short here anyway, just because it was so strong. It would have had to taken out a lot more for me to get involved in a short of this one earlier. You know, I mean, look at all the action in the pre-market. It really didn't give it up. Pizza, 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 guys. PZZA is moving down. Wow, what a, that showed up in that in the scan in the distance to the next low. Yeah, that JDZG looks still interesting to. I'm not in it anymore. Well, it should be obvious. I mean, it had the big pullback, but I might get interested. JDZG. If it takes out the high of the day later on. I gotta type. Getting tired, guys. So yeah, here's the high of the day, way up here at 1510. I'll stick an alert there. See if later on it decides it wants to take it out. But this is kind of the pattern, what we're looking at, something that has been very active at the beginning of the day. And now, granted, that's a fairly big range, but something that's just kind of, sitting in this area, and then volume comes in and pops it. Okay. Mainly for stocks that are cheaper, but nonetheless, that is kind of what we're looking at for some of the high flyers. Beginning of the day to kind of rest, and then volume comes in and pops it. Wow, good for you guys who. I missed the short. I had it. I didn't get the fill. I mean, listen, this would not surprise me. I'm serious. It would not surprise me if it made its way. Maybe not to 4 cents, but under $1 at some point. I don't mean today necessarily, but because remember, there was no reason for this to be up except it got caught up in the meme hysteria. And that's what they say, meme madness. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, this may trade 1 billion shares. What are we now? 127, 2.5 hours left. This could trade 1 billion shares today. The volume is still steady. So what do we need? Another 167,000, 166,000. We have 64,000 or 64 million. I'm sorry. We have 64 million on this candle alone Do 3 of those, and we're at 1 billion. So I would say this is almost for sure going to trade 1 billion shares today. And so look at the float. So it has traded the float 20 times. Well, I don't want to get in trouble, Jay, and call. I'm just looking at the headline. I think it got tugged along with the meme stocks. Okay, just because of the high short float percent. Whether we label it a meme or not. Wow. Good for you guys. Bad for me. Not getting it right there is where I wanted it. 265. The main difference, so Mr. Fred asking a question, what are the main differences between the standard and premium subscription? The reason why people typically take our premium subscription is to have access to the AI, okay? That is the main reason. Now, there are some other differences. If you're into back testing, it's part of the premium service. And also, if you want more charts, our standard service has 10 charts, our premium service has 20. But probably, I would say that 99.9% of the people who take our premium service is because they want access to the AI. Not that many customers. Well, I can't speak for our customers, Mr. Fred. Do customers find the AI worth the extra cost? Well, we got a lot of AI subscribers, but like anything else, I use it like a watch list. This is not something that you just take the trade blindly just because you get an alert. As I was trying to explain with the FFIE, okay. The AI said right here, I think you should maybe short this right there at 265. Now, again, myself being a trader, I would look at that and go, I don't know about that. Maybe if it broke down a little bit further, taking out this in the pre-market, maybe. Now, if you'd taken the short right there's your stop at 3, okay? And of course it popped up. But then if you'd waited later on in the day and taken the short at 265, again, thinking, okay, I guess the AI was a little early. Look what I mean, that's way better. So here you would have lost from 265, getting stopped out at 3. You reshorted again at 265, and it's down now to 156. So I use it like a watch list. It gives stocks that probably should be watched all day long. So have you not asked that question before, talking about after market scans? I thought, well, somebody has anyway, because we do have an after hours channel. Okay, and you don't like it? You could always modify it, of course. Like take because I think the scans are decent. You could just modify it though. Just click on dock channel bar. But I think you asked that before, and I guess you don't like it after hours. So you could take a the post-market movers. What's in here? Of course, well, I have see what you might want to do is just take this out. Okay, so I'm going to. Okay, so I'm going to now duplicate it into a free-floating window. Okay. So this is a multi-strategy window, of course, and there are a lot. So you could take a look at this. You've got new post-market low, new post-market high, high relative volume, moving up in the post-market, moving down. I mean, what do you want? These are all alert windows. Yeah, it does. I mean, this one does. These are all alert windows here, okay? You might have been just fixated on the races and the top lists. Okay, so let me load it again. Because what I just did there, of course, does not get saved. After hours? Okay, so I think this is what you want then. You want this multi-strategy window that has those alerts in it. Or you could just leave it here. I mean, you could take this and just leave it here and just click on that. I think maybe what you were looking at, these are races and top list windows, but this will give you alerts. This will give you alerts. Okay? And if you don't want to have the whole channel, just take this out of the channel, okay? I can give that to you. Okay, so post market movers, right click. Nope, don't do that. Right click. What? What the heck is going on here? I just want to take it out of the layout, that's all. There we go. Okay. Whew. I was doing that. It wasn't acting the way I wanted. So I'll duplicate this into a free floating window. Okay. And now you can have it. Okay. Now you can have it. And here are there are 5 alert windows in here. They're all checked. And these are all alerts. Now, the other thing is, of course, you can take a look at each one of them on their own, right? You can actually, of course, pop it out. So if you want the post market highs, okay, so just hover over, and here is the strategy. So you can open the alert window, and now you can see exactly what it's looking for. Okay, so you can obviously change this if you want. I don't like to use the daily volume, but that's up to you. So you can make changes, of course, to this. And I can't tell you what if you want to make a change, I can't tell you what to change it to, of course. That'll be based on your trading style. So you could pop them all out. Because you may not want them all. But that's up to you. Okay, that's up to you. I don't trade the after hours, so that's why I'm not. That's why I don't have anything that I have for post market. I just don't trade the post market. The only time I'll trade the post market is, something like a GME or something that was really active during the day, but I'm not going to have a scan that is for the post market. I'll try to make up my mind something that has been really active during the day and see how it starts trading after hours. But it's rare that I do that. Yeah, back to 6 cents, maybe. How to edit the favorite symbol list. Okay, one way to do it, Darga. Okay, in our YouTube room, how to edit the favorite symbol list. One way to do it is by, typically, if I want to get rid of something, it's because I've looked at the chart and I don't like it anymore. Okay, that is usually the reason why I'll get something out of my favorite list. So if I look at, say for instance, I have this hearted right now. This is in my list. So I might look at this and go, you know what? I don't want it anymore. So I just unheart it. Okay. I mean, that's a fairly simple way to do it. And the way I look at it is that unless you want to have a new symbol list every single day based on something, usually you're getting rid of things in your symbol list because um, the chart doesn't set up the way it was before, perhaps. But how are you going to know that unless you load the chart? Okay, so that is one way. You just basically unheart. So if I unheart it, now it usually takes about 30 seconds or so to get out of the list. And now there is a way, which I constantly forget, to go into your account management page. And maybe Pepe, if he's around, there he is. I knew he'd be there. It's hilarious. Okay, so you can also go here. So when I did that, so my liked, edit, I guess I can go in here and delete or do what I want. Okay. So that's another way you can do it. But typically, when I get rid of symbols in my symbol list, it's because I don't like the chart anymore. And the only way I'm going to know that is by clicking on the symbol. No, that FFIE had a nice big bounce. That's a big bounce, guys. The 148 to 213 or 221, that's a big percentage bounce. Well, okay, Marky Hamilton, Emmy, you asked, is it reversing? Well, it was. Now, if it takes out 148 again, that'll probably destroy the confidence of people who want to continue to bottom fish. Well, not bottom fish really, but play bounces. Possible. Oh, this one is, I didn't see this one earlier on. JFBR. Wow. Well, why? Because I have a, now you don't have to do the same thing, guys. I mean, I've got a 50-cent minimum in this window. If you want to put it, lower 10 cents, I mean, go ahead. But I have a 50-cent minimum in this window. That's just personal, of course. But here's the JFBR, and man, look at the room it has got. 146 on the weekly anyway. And this is an Israeli stock. And the volume just came in. I mean, look at the volume. It just came in. Half the volume of the day, more than half the volume of the day is in this volume bar. They got to deal with Amazon. Is that what they just announced? Really? Oh, a few days ago. Okay. Yeah, I don't see that in our news, and I'm not saying it didn't happen, but Don't see that in our news, and I scrolling back and do not see it in Interactive Brokers either. Interesting. No big short float percent. Okay, Mac. No, I'm. It's just I'm surprised I'm not seeing anything like that in our news. Usually, our news is pretty good. If there's something like that previous day, but even Interactive Brokers. This is May 11th. This is sorry, March 11th. This is May 13th, etc. Nothing. I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying I'm surprised it's not there. Oh, okay. That is a difference. That is a difference. There was no deal with Amazon. It's just that the brand they bought had good sales on Amazon. Okay. So there is a difference there. But nonetheless, there's something causing this thing to there's 4.9 million now, almost 5 million on this volume bar right there. It's traded 8 million. Maybe my new headlines in Interactive Brokers, maybe they get scrubbed for some reason. So it was with a bunch of them. Okay. Okay. So the question is, if you do not, this is in our YouTube room. If you do not mind, will you please provide the time when the scanner notified me regarding a JDZG? Okay. So here's the deal on that one. Okay. So 100%, it would have shown up here somewhere. Okay. Okay. It would have shown up on this somewhere, but I had that one thumbnailed from yesterday. So I knew that. Okay. I knew about it already, and I'd already set a level, that I was interested in taking the trade. So it wasn't so much, though it certainly appeared here, but it wasn't so much when it appeared. It was that I had it thumbnailed from yesterday. And if you heard me talking about it, I was saying, taking out the high of yesterday would be very key. And the high yesterday was 1152. So we knew about it yesterday because of this action. It IPO'd a couple of days ago. But it would have been showing up here for sure. But I couldn't tell you, at what time. This is not time sensitive. This is just telling you stocks that are, up the most without reference to time. Well, the current time, of course. And it probably would not have appeared on any of my alert windows because the relative volume is only 1.75. Okay. And this one, for instance, the minimum has to be 3 on the relative volume. And the other ones, some are 5, some are 8. This one is just 1. Okay. This is just 1. So because I'm looking maybe to catch things when they're just starting. Yeah, but again, residual, Marky. I can set this. I could have set this scan right here to show when it was starting. Okay, I would have to reduce the relative volume from 3 to a number less than 3. I mean, it's only 1.75 now. Okay, so I would have to reduce it to, I don't know, 1. But understand, I would get a lot of alerts. Okay. So to try to pick the one that's going to do what this one did would be almost, would be just complete fluke or luck. Okay. As I say, I can create a scan that will show you anything that you want, but it may show you 100 others that you don't want. My advice in things like this is to have a way, you put a price alert. Look at, these are price alerts. Okay. This is from yesterday. You see something moving today that you might want to follow tomorrow or Monday, put a price alert at a certain level. Never doesn't have to trigger in a scan. Set a price alert at a level that you think, yeah, I want to know about it if it hits that. Okay. But we saw it in the pre-market. We definitely saw this in the pre-market too. Okay. And we saw that right here. This in essence is, very close to the pre-market actives up that I got. Okay. So we saw this, we would have seen it right here. I know we did because I was talking about it. If you were around, I guess you probably weren't around in the pre-market, but I was talking about this one, in the pre-market, saying, guys, I mean, we got to keep an eye on this. And no, right now it is really choppy, but it does take out the high of the day later. It could go on another run. Oh, excuse me. That was very rude. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have said. The minute you typed in sleep. Ah, halted. Okay, Todd. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to think good thoughts for you. Here is the halt price for Duo, 173. And there is a project, not giving us a big clue. What you want to make sure, hopefully this number, gets above 173. And again, for those not understanding what they're seeing, this is time and sales from time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Tells me the halt price. This column tells me where it could possibly open. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, 153 plus 48 seconds. So it could open really, really soon if it's a 5-minute halt in 20 seconds. So I'll keep it up here. Let's keep pushing that arrow. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's open. So, what are you going to do? Come on, get at least over 173 for Todd. Shaw, oh no, I had a nice week. I was able to carve out I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room, carve out a bit, many different days on the GME. That is probably what dominated my time. Come on, for Todd. Boy, it's interesting that it's just sort of stuck. Well, let's go one more. Let's put a price alert a little bit above and see if we can induce it upwards. You can go pound sand, Grumpy. Drop the gloves. All right, guys, I think what I'll do is one last time for the week, go over my homepage and all the information, including the scans that I am sharing. Yeah, well, it had such wide ranges, Shaw, that it was hard to take your eyes off it. So that's all I really did. I'm talking about GME until today, really. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, here again is the promo code to use if you want to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And please use the code. If you use the code, and this code will change, okay? But I think probably Memorial Day weekend will probably have a better discount. But the whole idea, use the code you see, because then the room gets credit, and the room that gets credit, because if the room gets credit, it'll keep the room free. To get started, 10 short videos. You must do that before you do anything else. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for you. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So you can take a look at these. You can ask me questions about them if you want, but these are I don't have them all up and running, okay? But I put a lot in here so that you might look at one and go, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that one. Okay. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Halts resumes is here. This is the relative strength leaders is right here. I never asked for that. I guess I should every now and then. Af, Afshin is saying, how about a thumbs up on YouTube? Sure, why not? And again, guys, yeah, it's a trading room, but it's a support room too. So, and I love the questions. You know, that'll keep me interested. Yeah, ask me questions. Ooh, that's a tough one then, Shaw. You have a minute. I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. So you're in, so in that trade the pool. Oh, a minimum 60 seconds hold. I thought you meant when I read it first, I thought you had to get rid of it within 60 seconds. Well, 60 seconds shouldn't be that bad. Really, I don't even check that sort of stuff, Afshin, but maybe I should mention every day. If you like what you hear, give me a thumbs up or give the room a thumbs up because we do have other traders come into the room between 12 and 1. But if you like the concept of the room, yeah, give us a thumbs up. Yeah, like for me on the GME, there was no way. Most of they were definitely longer than 60 seconds. And most of my trades, I mean, unless it goes against me or I get into something that just has an amazing pop, in which I'll take out some. But most of my trades are longer than 60 seconds. I don't see that. I just see 150, 150. No real clue, Andy, in this one. I mean, it could be. Well, the clue is that it's halted at 160, and so far, what is shown is a potential price opening underneath. That's all. But I don't see a bid greater than the ask. So yeah, hopefully nobody's in this right now because it looks like it's going to open lower, and it obviously got halted on the way down. So looks like it's going to open lower. Well, residual, Marky, if it were that easy, we'd all do it. Unfortunately, it's just not that easy. What you're talking about, you're looking at one trade, okay? The JDZG, yes, that worked out great. Okay, would have worked out great, I guess, if you'd caught it and got it at the right time. But you're talking about 10 trades, doubling your account, and all that. I mean, it's not that easy. So it's open, guys. So it just opened. Jamie the scalper, yeah. That's funny. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. But remember this one, this was high flying in the pre-market. This is real estate in China. Okay, so China, of course, the Chinese government came up with some news trying to help real estate in China. So a lot of these stocks popped. But look at this. I mean, it hasn't quite gone negative, but just gave it all up. All up. Speaking of GME, man, oh man, talk about basing. Why do I? 2146, 2013, very pretty tight for it to, obviously. So when you look at this today's range percent, 35%, okay? So what that's telling you is that, of course, it is skewed quite a bit right now because, of what happened over the last 4 or 5 days. But the average true range has been about 773. That was the average. Because it also, I think it looks back at least 10 days. So today, it's only 35% of that. And you can tell it's just 35% of that. So it has not been super active today. After that big gap down, of course, after the big gap down in the pre-market. Okay, well, Andy, so I could only, of course, speak for Interactive Brokers, what I was showing. Well, I wish you luck, Marky, if you can find the 10 stocks that do that, okay? And there are more. I mean, there are way more than that. I mean, look at these percentage moves. And, on a daily basis, you'll see stocks but, getting them at the right time also depends when you get up. A lot of these moves are already done in the pre-market. That's another good one, Wiggle. You can find them, but can you hold them? Exactly. Pretty tough on these ones that are, look at Go. I saw Go yesterday. Shoot, I saw Go yesterday. This is on that. Okay, are you still in it? Poe, are you still in it? Oh, wow. I hope you're still in it. Please tell me you're still in it. Yeah, look at that. I mean, got up to 188 and pulled right back down to 175. Check out CNTX. Okay, first of all, I want to see if I can find CNTX here. I do not see it here. Okay. So the reason I don't see it here, I only have 20 in here, okay? And the bottom one is 16.6%. This is at 13%. Doesn't mean it's bad. Yeah, I mean, it's had a, the trend is up, but again, for me, you see, it's just a little bit choppy. Now that night, that's definitely a nice green candle. The high of the day is 210, 65 million in the float. So it's not in the, it's not being lumped in with the rest of those crazy ones. The float is certainly not low. There's no short float. There's, basically there's no shorts that are, I mean, 0.05%. So it's just not being looked at. Now, they don't all have to have a low float or a high short float percent to move, of course, but did they have any news? Don't see any news on it. Had earnings back here. This is the reaction on the 9th. Really, I don't, to me, it's just too choppy. Yeah, IPW, again, very choppy though. I mean, way up here at 235, way down here at 165. Where are you going to, it's, you, like you said, Wiggle Boss, yeah, they look good after the fact. And at the end of the day, oh, I got in here. And at the end of the day, it's $4. Problem is, how do you hold on? Because anything that's going to give you a pretty significant percentage gain typically is going to be pretty volatile. So it all depends on, where are you going to put your stop? Well, that's everybody's problem. Talking to Marky in our YouTube room. I mean, getting them at the right time is your problem. It's everybody's problem. I mean, that trading would be so super simple if you knew exactly when to get into these things and get out. But it's, it is, and where to put a stop and all that sort of stuff. I mean, remember, after the fact, it looks relatively simple, but well, guys, this one could go crazy at the end of the day. This duo. Again, it is China and it's in the real estate sector. And Poe, who is still in it, right? You still have a little bit left. There's the market high of 210. Let's see where it could open. 193 is the halt. So, basically there. So there's no real clue where this is going to open. So you're saying on some of your platforms, you might have the ask, sorry, the bid above the ask. Usually, to me, I would say the IV is always, it just says the same number, both, because it doesn't really mean anything. It's not 100% that's going to open up here. So it means something. I shouldn't say it doesn't mean anything, but I mean, whether or not that said 193 and that said 192, that really wouldn't mean anything. None for me either. There are none at Interactive Brokers. Too short for Duo. But I have a feeling it's going to have a bit of a pop. May challenge that 210. Pre-market was 237. Looking left on the monthly chart, 375. That's the next. So 269 actually, 269, 190. Okay, so it's at 190. So 269 is actually the next high looking left on a weekly chart. So that is something to maybe it can get to, or that area. And if it took that out, here's your fantasy level 374. Again, nobody's ever saying that you're going to get to these levels, but those are where the next highs are. So guys, I've got probably a little less than half an hour left. So if you have any questions, I might take off at about 22, 23, quarter to 3. And again, William will not be keeping the room open. So when I leave, it's all over for the week. But never fear, we'll be back Monday morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time on the mic. All right, there's your duo. Come on, duo for Poe. Todd. Well, maybe Poe's got it too, but I meant Todd. Sorry. Okay, I'm assuming you're gone. You're out of it. I'm assuming you're out of it now. Pretty big topping tail. Haven't seen you for a while, Oliver. I know you were in the room a couple of times this week, but that's an issue. Having so Oliver saying he's having a problem with revenge trading. Well, there's no question that is a tough thing to sometimes overcome. You have to have the, well, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but the discipline to not do it. Are you taking early trades? Or are you delaying? Like when's the first, how soon will you take a trade? Just after, when the market opens. So the market opens at 9:30. When will you take a trade? Talking to Oliver in our YouTube room. Because you know me, I mean, I won't take a trade until at least 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah. See, that's what was happening with me though, Oliver. Before I before I basically convinced myself not to trade in the first 15. And yeah, do I ever do it? I do, but it's pretty rare. I just don't trade in the first 15 because that's exactly what was happening to me. Is I would take these trades early and they look so darn good and I get stopped out. And then that's when the revenge trading starts, because then you think, man, well, I got to get that money back that I lost. So I better double what my if I risk if I'm risking $100 on that first trade, I better risk 200 of the next one. So when I make the money on the next one, I'll be up 100. And you know what happens? Now you don't make it, you lose 200. Now you're down 300, in the first minute. And then not only is it revenge trading, but you're mentally, that's what used to drive me crazy. I mean, mentally, I'd be like fighting all day long. All day long, I'd just be fighting, fighting, fighting. So I had to convince myself to not take trades in the first 15. I used to not trade, believe it or not, now this is a long time ago, not take trades in the first hour. And I actually would have no problem not taking trades in the first half hour. I really wouldn't. So that's probably what I would do, is maybe, because the problem is that things, I mean, you can always find the one that it's going to, from 9:30, it's just going to whip higher for half an hour. Sure, there are always going to be those ones. I'm just not good enough to find them, to be honest. Okay, I just don't know. I can't sort of set myself mind-wise to say, well, I think this is going to be the one. So consequently, I mean, maybe I could try a little harder, but I don't want to. I'd rather just wait out the 15 minutes, let things settle down a little bit. Not that things are completely settled down after 15, of course, but they're a heck of a lot more settled than in the first 30 seconds. Yeah, there's the other thing. Yeah, trade smaller size until you grow out of the phase. So have wider stops, maybe wider stops, lower, reduce the number of shares, wider stops. So you can keep in the trade longer. And even if you get stopped out, you're still not risking that much. So again, what do I mean by that? I mean, I know Oliver, but I mean, just in general, if I'm willing to risk $100 on a trade and I put my stop 10 cents away, well, I can buy 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares times 10 cents, if I lose, is $100. The problem is, right off the bat, I mean, things can be so volatile in the first 15, you could get stopped out left and right. So you could always say, well, you know what? What if I only take 250 shares and put a 40-cent stop, okay, to start out? Now, I'm not saying 10 cents or 40 cents. It has to be based on a chart or something, okay? But I'm just going to use some simple math. So if in the same situation, taking 250 shares with a 40-cent stop, if I get stopped out, it's still only $100. But it could keep me in the trade a lot longer. Okay. And if it is one of these, fairly volatile ones, who knows? Maybe it, tacks on $2 or $3. So the fact you had a 40-cent stop is not the end of the world. Excuse me, you too, Brooke. But it's funny, Shaw. I mean, I consider myself a pretty experienced trader, but I just very, very reluctant. I'll do it the odd time, but I'm very reluctant to trade in the first 15 minutes. I literally, I've trained my brain to not care about it. Can the scanners track 20, 50, and 200 moving average on the 15-minute time frame? Depends what you mean by that exactly. I mean, you can put on the charts, but not as a scan. You can put those. But this is all we have. Let's look at the 200-day or 200 SMA. Let me go 50. Well, this is what we've got. Let me just put an SMA. So these are the sort of things we've got, okay? So not on the 15. You can do it on the daily, but not on those intraday timeframes you're talking about. We have crosses. You know, the 5 period crosses above the 8 period on the 1 minute. You can take a look at all these different crosses. Maybe that'll help. So the 20 crossing below the 200 on the 15. So you cannot manufacture it. So you said, yeah, but I want the 50 SMA crossing above the 200 on the 5 minute. Can't do it. Okay, these are the values that we have. Yeah, a very wise person told me a long time ago when I was first starting to try to do this. This is way before my trade ideas days. He said, if you have, and you know, Poe knows this, and others have heard me say this, if you have to make money in the market in order to survive, it is very, very difficult. Okay. You have to make money in order to pay your bills, your mortgage, your car payments, your food, tuition, you know, and all those things. If you have to make money, really hard. Now, if you're starting off with 10 million in the market, okay, fine. But you know what I mean? If it's something that this is your only source of income, you have to make money in order to pay all those bills. It's an awfully hard, it's a tough sledding. You were right, Shaw. Talking to Sean, I am a conservative trader. You know, I am. As crazy as that may sound, but I am a conservative trader. I don't trade that much, even if I weren't in a room moderating and I was just doing this all by myself. I would not be trading that much. Now, having said that, will I trade, you know, these low floats or, you know, stocks that are a little bit, of course I will, but but you know what? I have a stop. Okay. So I'm not going to kill myself. I'm not going to second guess my stop and to say, well, come on, this has got to come back. So yeah, I know I'm risking, say, $500 on the trade, and now I'm down 1,000 or 2,000, but I know it's going to come back. No, I'd never, ever, ever do that. take my lumps with the manageable loss and move on. And later on, it could set up the way, the same way I took it in the first place. And I just have to say to myself, well, I guess I was just a little bit early. Yeah, I mean, 1 to 3. I mean, it depends on your account size, of course, Poe. But I mean, you better have a pretty large account size to make 1 to 3K per day on average. I mean, some of the emails we get, we are a great program. But we are called Trade Ideas. Okay, we're not called trade this and you'll make money for sure. That's not what we're called. But we get emails saying, okay, if I take your program, um, if you have to guarantee me I'm going to make this amount of money or I want my money back. That would seem reasonable. Oh yeah, Amber. Oh yeah. That would seem reasonable. A $40,000 account to make $100 a day. It would seem reasonable. I mean, if you could do that, you're looking at about a 50% return. Well, Amber, of course, we just say there are no guarantees in the stock market, of course. And if that's what you're looking for this from this program, yeah, and if somebody says they can do that for you, either run or invest all your money with them. Ah, Oliver, yeah. Well, you've listened to Shady quite a bit, and he always said, I mean, doesn't he say that very thing though? Most traders lose money because they're trying to go against a trend. You make a lot more, or you have more success if you trade with the trend. You just don't listen, really. I mean, it's so true. I mean, sure, it always looks spectacular to be able to do something like, trying to find this top here. Of course, with the FFI, that would have been an amazing short. Okay. It's not easy. It's not easy. A person may have thought, well, this is going to be where it is, or this is where it's going to be. You take a whole bunch of shares, you get stopped out every time. And then all of a sudden, when it does kind of set up maybe a little bit better, where it looks like, okay, maybe this is it, you're you don't have the confidence to do it because you've already lost a couple of times. But sure, after the fact, I mean, you think, man, if I'd only done this. Well, I wanted to get it right here, right there is where I was looking to get it, and I just missed it. I'm certainly not good enough to know where the top is or where the bottom is. I'm not. Yeah, I agree with Grumpy. I mean, you can, if you believe in things like RSI and stuff like that, overbought, oversold, things like that, maybe coming into a resistance. I mean, look, I will, if something is coming into a resistance area, maybe a high looking left, or maybe a moving average, or maybe the 200-day moving average thing. Well, a moving average. Yeah, then it becomes a little more easy to predict maybe where a top is or where support is. I get that for sure. Doesn't mean it's going to work. A minute, please. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the JDZG trade that I did, I didn't take like 1,000 shares. Okay, no way, because I would have been way too nervous because you can see what can happen to these things. So, for me, I had to take what I considered an amount that if I lost and got stopped out, but on a trade like that, sometimes it can be a little bit. You may not get out where you want because the stock can move so quickly. So yeah, I mean, you've got to have some risk tolerance, and yeah, I mean, literally, don't take so many shares so that you're checking that P&L like every half second because it's getting so close to your stop. You too, Shaw. Have a great weekend. Well, Paul, just get them out working. They should be able to put themselves through college. I'm kidding, sort of, but I know college in your country is really, really expensive. Well, maybe Oliver, you should. I mean, it's hard, I know, but maybe, you're talking about making 100 to 500, but maybe reduce that to 50. Okay. Well, that's a day though. Okay. You're up, well, you're up $50 for the day, but I mean, it, I don't even know how to explain it. I mean, it's just one of those things though, that if you can figure out a way, first of all, I wouldn't trade. I would not trade. I would, no matter what you're seeing in the room, I would not trade in the first 15, maybe even the first half hour. Allow things to settle down just a little bit. There's no, in my opinion, I mean, there used to be, okay, I'm going back many, many years, but there used to be, if you didn't trade in the first hour, man, I mean, you might as well just hang it up because there was just nothing happening after the first hour. Okay. But that's just not the case now. I set two price alerts for JDZG. I set one at $10 because I find that I'm been asked this question in our YouTube room because I find that, that is a psychological, I must have got rid of it, but I found that's a psychological number. Okay. And then I also set a price alert at the high of yesterday. Well, I think Oliver was trying a trading style, which was, counter trading or counter trend trading. And he was trying to do that. And again, there are people that can do that, they can do that, but it requires definitely a certain skill set. I did not set an alert at 886. Marky in our YouTube room. I did not set an alert for that one at 886. Ooh, yeah, I don't use hotkeys at all. I put one at 10 and I put one at whatever the high of yesterday was, 11 something. $90,000 a year. Wow. Well, Draw, I did have my 1 year in Boston, right in that area, Harvard, MIT, BU, BC, Northeastern, all those great colleges. You are an Eagle, right? The Boston College Eagles, isn't that the, yeah. Oh, sorry, Eagle, not Eagles. Okay. Wasn't that the home of Doug Flutie? Okay, guys, let's degenerate this into sports talk for 2 minutes, which is what I'd rather do. I miss my calling in life, guys. Well, the Hail Mary is probably one of the most famous plays in football. Only because I don't know if I don't really know if it was called. I don't know if that was the first time anybody used that term. I actually read something on that, and it was not the first time, but that is the one that everybody remembers. All right, guys, I think that is it. 2:45. I think I'll take off unless there are some questions. And again, I have to shut down both rooms. William will not keep the main room open until 4, so I have to shut down both rooms. So, any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. Yeah, so have a great weekend, everybody. I'll get back on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, Monday morning, of course. So, again, have a great weekend, and we will see you then. So, I'm going to stop the screen sharing. And YouTubers, I will end the stream now. So, you guys have a great weekend also.